There we go. All right. I don't know. Hello. 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 Wow. You guys can hear me now. You can't see me. Where am I? Wow, that's weird. Okay. Okay. Now you can hear me, but the camera's frozen. Weird. No. Hello? There we go. Alright. And we got sound and audio. Awesome. What, I did that? Oh no. Wrong camera. What the fuck am I doing? Oh shit. Now it's really funny. Oh, it's very funny. It's playing tricks on me today. Why is it good on one side and not on the other? What the fuck is going on here? Hello? Huh. Why is it doing that? So our main... let's see. What's up, guy? Thomas, good to see you. Why is my camera like switching to the other? That's there. What should I do? Hello? Is that a camera? Bro, what did I do? Oh no. Alright, I'm gonna fix this. But I don't know why it's being so weird. We're starting the simul in like 15 minutes, guys. I messed up the camera. It's working on the YouTube side, but on my Twitch side, it's messed up. Hold on. Hold on. We got a subscription from Agnes Kariuski. Agnes Kariuski. Fuck. All right. Why is this not working? Let's see. All right. Camera. Device. Video capture device. Video capture device. Video capture device 1. Video capture device 2. Bro. So where are you, video capture device? Properties, deactivate, activate, Wonder Twins. What? Okay, that's not it. Why is my other one not working? What is it doing? Maybe if I move it up on the list or something? Here. Properties. That's right. But why is it not working on the left side? Like it's... Hide, rename, properties. That's correct. What's your problem, dude? What's your problem, man? What do you mean, bro? There it is. It's not showing up. What is this? Ah, there I am. Brilliant. Brilliant. I must have clicked something by accident. Okay. I accidentally clicked something. Alright, we're good. Welcome, everybody. What are the openings today? So, we have an interesting bird is the word menu today. Let's make sure our classical Sparkle Horse Simul. There's no summon on sound, by the way. Hello, good people. Just an advanced warning. I am going to do Sludgy today. Will resign in any position if streamer starts talking politics. What? Dude, what? Where did that come from? You can resign whenever you want, Nefidov. Are you threatening me with resignation? You're gonna control the dynamic here, bro. You're blackmailing me. Nefidov is actively blackmailing me to prevent me from talking about what I want to talk about. What's that about, dude? Where did that come from? That's weird. Don't do that. Okay, so Nefilov, I love you, but that's a little bit much. Okay. We got Sparkle Course Twitch Simul, and I'm going to talk about politics. Nefilov can resign whenever he wants to resign. That's completely up to him. We've got host color for each game random, 10 minutes per side, plus 50 seconds, plus 120 minutes. And federal agents who murder people must and will be prosecuted. That's not politics. That's, what's happening now, it's not about politics. This is not politics. Nazis murdering people in World War II is not about politics. Federal agents murdering people on the street, that's not about politics. That's different. That's gone too far. I agree to not talk about politics, Nefidov, but I will stand up for my freedom as a citizen of my country of birth. And if the corrupt government murders people in cold blood, standing up for your rights is not talking politics. This has gone too far. Okay, but anyway, that's just a statement on what's happening. Any plans to move back to the United States soon? Yeah, I have more freedom and rights in Hungary, if that's any indication, than I do in the United States. So, host color for each game, random. Minimum count, age 14 days. Estimated start time, 15 minutes. Less now, like 12. But, okay, here's the Simul. Classical Simul versus 25. Please donate. If you like to stream, I need support to be able to do this. And lately, it's getting hard. So, not going to beg you guys to support the stream, but I really need support. So please donate or subscribe on Twitch. We need subscribers, so please do so. Thank you for Agnes Kardewski and Asterbait who subscribed. We got a hype train level 1 starting now. Actually, we have 2 minutes left in our hype train. All right. Do not threaten the streamer with resignation. Let's see. Wait, where's Simul Rules? Yeah, I forgot that one. Thank you for attention to this matter. Do not threaten to resign to advance your agenda. Thank you for attention to this matter. All right, so that's it. We've got, okay. Simul rules. No London, no bullet. Federal agents who murder people will be prosecuted. Please don't play please don't play unless you can stay. That would be like apostrophe less. That's an apostrophe, I said. Like unless you can stay. 3-hour long Simul. So, no cheetahs. Do not threaten to resign to advance your agenda. Thank you for attending this matter. And then finally, the main question was, what are the openings for today? Okay, I came up with something fun and interesting. Oh, no, I didn't activate it. Thank you, Thomas Reinson. Thank you, Thomas Reinson. Thanks for reminding me. No, I have to press this stupid thing, man. It's a problem, yeah. Good you reminded me, because last time I was streaming for most of the time. Force Online Check, there's a stupid feature. I have to physically activate Force Online Check in my streamer profile in order for the stream to be visual. Blah blah blah. Yeah, no, thanks for reminding me. It's a new thing. It's been going on for a couple weeks. You haven't been here, right? So you have to go to your profile, physically click this button that says whatever. Don't remember what it's called. And okay. So openings today with white. Nefyov's going to love this. I'm playing Birds opening Nimzovich, aka B3 mix. So you're going to get a bird or a word with B3. With black, we're playing, there's no rating requirement. With black, although there is a max rating of 2400, 2399 is the max rating. Black versus E4, I'm playing what I call the Kraken, a form of Peertz. Kraken Peertz mix with black against E4, and the Dutch. So to be consistent, we've got birds is the words and Dutch. We're going to change the openings every week to make it fun. If you don't like the openings this week, sorry. If you don't like the openings this week, play next week. Okay, anyway, again, thank you for your attention to this matter, and we're going to start the simul now. There we go. So, besides federal agents who murder people being prosecuted, the most important rule of the simul is this one. Do not threaten to resign to advance your agenda. Copy! Here. Paste in the chat room. Here. The most important one is, please don't play or sign up to play unless you can stay, because it's a 3-hour-long simul. It's a long simul. No rating requirement, maximum rating $23.99. Please don't play unless you can stay 3 hours. That's what people do. They join and then they leave after 4 moves, which sucks, It sucks. Don't do that. If you have an emergency and someone shot your dog, if Christine Noem came to your house, murdered your puppy, that's a good reason to leave the simul, okay? Or you're being abducted by ICE rogue agents. But seriously, otherwise, don't play. Okay, Asterbait, thanks for putting that link in there. I'm gonna click that and put it on the top. Pin this message. Where's Mr. Coffee? Mr. Coffee, where are you? Poker wasn't too bad last night. I finished at 7 a.m. I got home by 8, and I was able to have a snack. Oh, there he is. So I slept from 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. So exactly, I need 8 hours of sleep. Last week was terrible. Last week I was playing poker till 11 a.m. So there's no way I could get enough sleep. But today, got the great sleep schedule going on, but still I got my sleep. So, all right, we got a CM. Wow, CM AAPA from Colombia. He's just over the rating on Bullet, but I'll let that slide. Very strong player for the simul, though. I mean, that's really the maximum strength opponent I'm going to play. I would accept him. He disappeared now. I would accept him. He's absolutely on the upper, limit of strength of players I would accept. Borderline. But if he comes back, he can play. Asterbait is in. Again, I'm not going to beg like usual for donations, but please, we need your support. If you can, subscribe and donate. That's in the link. The links are in there. So Asterbait has gifted a sub to Evolve Yourself TV. Awesome. Thank you very much, man. Agnes Karadziewski having resubscribed for 51 months. Okay, so we've got Jeroen, our old moderator, old friend. Thomas Treinson is back. Nice to see you. Sinus. Nedeye is back after a long time. Nice to see you back. It's always good to see people from before who maybe have to do something else. They get away from it and they come back. Morales. Stanley Kubrick. Wow. I think today deserves a quote from George Orwell, probably. That would be the most fitting. Somewhere someone posted George Orwell. The party doesn't want you to believe what you see with your own eyes. I'm paraphrasing. Again, this is not politics. This is human rights we're talking about. There's a difference. Very, very clear difference between politics and human rights. I'm not going to do politics. We're going beyond that to something much more fundamental. Human rights of freedom. Mr. Coffee Wright, are you with me? All right. So Yeah, we're gonna try to get 25 players. It looks like we're a little thin, a little light at the moment. Gutan's been a bad boy lately. Kamalov, sorry, Kamalot. Semyon, okay, Semyon is a good player. Ugh. All right, Semyon and Slava. No relation. Oh, what was that? Reclifter has followed. Well, following is a step, on the road to subscribing, right? You're welcome. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoyed the stream. So we got CGN. My score is 1-1 against them. Don't remember. Luna ACC from Ecuador. My old friend Martafiero is from Ecuador. And who else is from Ecuador? Good guy. Grandmaster. Matamoros Carlos. Okay, I've never been to Ecuador. Good hand. You've been a bad boy lately. I don't know about you. Snedsteg is here. TB Poo? TB Poo. That's your new name, TB Poo. And M. Milan from Hungary. Nice to get a Hungarian. I've been living here forever. I've lived in Budapest forever. Forever I've been living here. I've been living in Budapest longer than Orban's been prime minister. I mean, for the second time. But, yeah. But again, we're not talking politics. It's a fact of life. I live in Budapest since more than 15 years. Nice to get a Hungarian. Not a lot of Hungarians, happen to play in my simuls, despite the fact that I am an active part of the Hungarian chess culture. Or not so active. Redusa, welcome. So Kamalov Bekbolat. Abusaeva. Oh wait, is she from Uzbekistan actually? I forget. Okay, His Majesty Daniel. Blocked. Oh god. Doesn't that was a guy who it seemed like they might have cheated against me, but I don't remember now. I don't want to remember. We don't talk about cheaters either. What do, Nefedov? We brush them under the rug. It's more convenient that way. We don't talk about cheaters here. We simply take out the broom and we sweep them under the rug. So no one can see them and they never happened. Right? Is that how we do it? Alright. Abimael. Can you hear me under the rug, Daniel? Abimael. 417 games. Abu Manu. Alright. Gutan, I'll give you one last chance to not play bullet and resign when you have lost position. And Sik looks Greek. Sikuru. It's all Greek to me. Look at those ratings. I am suspicious. You guys? 1840, 1840, 1848. This is anybody? I know a certain Greek player who played a lot on my stream. Very similar ratings. There was always some 1840 something. Makes all the ratings the same. Suspicious. Get out your Illuminatis. Okay, guys. People come for the politics, stay for the chess. Anyway, we don't do politics. I agree. He's only talking nuclear pimp. That's a great name. Wanted to tell. You see, you're always gonna. It's like music. You're always gonna get complaints if you do opening repertoire. Oh, but I wanted to try my London system. I wanted to try my London system. Oh, Peart, what? So there's always gonna be, there's always gonna be somebody who complains. Nefedov's back again. He resigned in protest. The game hasn't even started yet, and Nefedov has resigned in protest. But he's back. Okay, guys, we're starting in now, but it's not enough players. I got 18. 20 is the minimum. Chess Star 100. Not a lot of games, but I'll let you play. We've got 19 games. Wild Wizard. Why is ICE mentioned in the description? Dude, are you serious? Are you serious? Do I not have a right to express my views? Wild Wizard? You're from the USA. Maybe you don't believe in freedom of speech. If you don't believe in freedom of speech, Wild Wizard, you're in the wrong place. Definitely. Alright. If you think that it's acceptable for people to be murdered on the street and everybody just brushes it under the rug, pretends it doesn't happen. Oh no, this is we don't talk about the real world here. You're not allowed to talk about the real world. See, that's the problem. That's how the Nazis started. This is all hands on deck, Wild Wizard. You can't pretend bad shit isn't happening because it's inconvenient. The inconvenient truth, you know. Bringing people's awareness to what's happening is, you know, without shoving it down their throats is important. Denying what's happening, the people are being murdered on the streets of the United States by the federal government. That is, and I'm not an overly political person, but there's a line where you have to be like, I do my part to stand up and say this is not acceptable. Okay? That's not acceptable. This is not an average situation. So yes, it has nothing to do with chess, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, that didn't happen. That's inconvenient, you know. You're probably a kid, and someday you'll understand. But again, it's not political. This is not political. This is defending democracy. Okay, it's important. Okay, anyway. You sit at the board and suddenly your heart leaps, your hand trembles to pick up the piece and move it, but what chess teaches you is that you must sit there calmly and think about Asterbate. This is perfect for you. Asterbate needs a chess match with Stanley Kubrick. If he was still alive, you'd have a good game with Stanley Kubrick. Asterbate. Shock Mott 2012. You're in. Someone dropped out. We're down to 19. I need at least 20 players. Omar Fish from Egypt. It's funny, yeah, you think of Egypt as like this desert country, but actually it's in the northern part of Africa. You have the Mediterranean there. A lot of probably fishing, right? Alrighty. Omar Fish. He's an Egyptian fisherman. So, what is this? Oh, guest 9908. What is this? He's guest 9908. Nice account name. Are you serious? So, ready to start? I wish I had 25 players. I don't know why. There's a couple more now. All right. We're starting a little late. We're supposed to start 2 minutes ago. Another Hungarian. Kirimor. Why do you ask for donations? Why not ask that? Soyuz Gado. Did we play before? Whoa. He's 2200 in bullet, 2142. Pretty good. Chess, 400 days per year. Nice. Okay, I think we're ready to start. Gita B. Exactly. Congratulations. Greetings from Hungary. This place is filled with Hungarians. You see what I'm saying? The guy asks, why is ICE mentioned in the description? Exactly. That's the point. That's the point. Because I refuse to ignore authoritarianism and fascism when it's in our face. You know, it pervades everything. So even in my chess simul description, I'm gonna stand up for it. Welcome Gita B. Piliam. So anyway, all right. So we got 21 players. We're gonna start because it's late. We're late. Guest 9908. You're late. Guys, we're gonna start with 21 players. Guest 9908. Sorry. Not gonna happen. Alright, 21 players are starting. We're hosting a simul in Zen mode with only 21 players, normally 25. The opening repertoire, and Mikhail Tal, welcome. Opening repertoire is Bird with a little supplemental B3, Dutch, and Pierce. If you don't like it, your problem, not mine. I like to mix up the openings, and this is a fun way to do it. So after 1 hour, we'll take out the Zen mode so you can see who's who, but I like to guess. Very nice. Did you see that, guys? From Gita B. Art and science is never independent of politics. Okay, I prefer the freedom and democracy. Anyway, greetings. Chess is art and science. All right. You're welcome to resign if I talk about politics, but that's your option. But it's not politics for me. It's a fight for freedom, defending our rights. Anyway, F4. Not going to get distracted. F4 and some B3s. F4, B3. 2/3 F4 and 1/3 F3. It's like a martini. Hey, Mr. Tal. He keeps flagging me. Oh, what? You play Mr. Tal? So Dutch defense? Now I got a bird. What am I going to do? That wasn't part of the program. Symmetrical Dutch. I don't have a requirement here, you know. We don't have a requirement. Can somebody what? Translate his openings? No. What am I going to play against the birds? Myself. They're trolling me with a bird. Whatever. I could play anything. Pierce, Kraken. Dutch defense. Pierce, Kraken. Dutch defense. English again. I'm free to do what I want. I'll do the Dutch anyway. Again, at knight f3, I'll do the Dutch anyway. If I can, I'll do the Dutch anyway. Otherwise, I play the Pierce. And then d5, knight f3. We can play b3 in some positions. c6 against the Dutch. Nothing special. We got Sicilian Dutch. It's probably going to be a closed Sicilian. Oh, God. Yeah. Anyway, welcome everybody. Welcome. No, I'm not intending. Why is it so dark in here, by the way? You know, I don't intend to shove my politics down people's throats. But when it comes to just simply standing up for defending of human rights and democracy, we're not going to sweep it under the rug, you know. I'm not here to do a political stream, but there's a difference. All right. Anyway, welcome everybody. I'm glad everybody's here, you know. Nice to see you. Go faster, slower. Make your opponent... I hate that, you know. I love it when I play like a 5-minute game and people resign if you don't move fast enough. Like, you have to play rated because otherwise they'll do that. Man. Asterby, how are you? Should I simply... No, Asterby, you shouldn't resign now. You're not allowed to resign. You don't understand, Soyuz Gato? I'm gonna have to be more specific. Soyuz Gato is a subscriber. Now, what don't you understand? You want to play a King's Gambit with white, or we're not going to do that? This is a critical question. I have very bad allergies. Why do you not accept... Bro, I accepted you. I accepted you. You probably dropped out. I even remember accepting you. You must have closed the tab right before I started the simul. We'll get a... We have a video of it, you know, me accepting you, and you closed the tab. It wasn't me. I am sorry if you didn't get to play, because I did accept you. But, you know, sometimes, like, people close the tab right before the simul starts. Falk beer. Falk beer. Yeah, sadly, Soyuzgato, I even said your name as I chose you and put you in. One of the last people to join, but you must have closed the tab. I assure you there is no conspiracy to preclude you from playing. He must have been the guy I said like someone dropped right toward the end when we had like 19 players in the list. They dropped by one. A lot of people do that. Morales does it. Asturbate's done it. A lot of people, they don't play because they drop out of the simul list like right before I start. Close the tab or whatever. It's a tragedy. I'm sorry. You can go back in the stream and see it. I accepted you. Yeah. We have video evidence of me accepting you. According to Etan. Oh, nice. Staunton Gambit. Staunton. The video has been altered to make it look like I accepted you. Okay, so it's a real full-blooded birds opening where you can play f4, and we can play e3 or g3 depending on what you prefer. Thanks for the gift sub for Masturbate. Guys, please gift subs so we get more people watching. If you gift a sub, it's not just about giving money to me. By subscribing people or gifting subs, not only you support my stream, but you also encourage someone else to come and watch the stream. So it's like a double gift, in a way. So gifting subs is one of the best ways to support the stream. Just send cash in bags. G3. Bishop G7. Oh yeah, Falkbeer. Okay. I played the Falkbeer with black. None. Now who was the famous game? None versus somebody. Was it Nunn Hebden? 1986? In the Chess Informator? Gina Rook? Probably before you were born. The game was brought to my attention in 1990 or 1991. Where Nunn played a certain move here with, Hebden. With black. No, wait. Hebden must have been white. Nunn was black. My bad. It was Hebden on 1986. Were you there for that game, Gina Rook? Haven't seen Mark in a long time. There was some political problems. He doesn't get along with some of the others in the senior team. There was a big dispute there. I like Mark Hebden a lot, and he's a good guy. The last time I saw him, we had dinner together. It was a long time ago. But I'm hoping that maybe he plays in the World Senior teams this year for the UK. For Britain, England, I don't know. Anyway, I go on tangents, 3FE and see what happens. It's amazing, Nefilov, how many people actually do that. I mean, even if you're like 1100, you can't. How do you play the King's Gambit and then not know to play F takes E? I mean, in Leicester? No. It was in. No, he lives in Leicester. Right? Leicester. What do you say? Leicester. Leicester. I'm so bad at pronouncing these English town names. Leicester, right? It's Leicester than Leicester. Leicester. No, I've never been to Leicester. I heard he's a nice guy. Sorry. Worcestershire sauce. That's a funny thing, though. Almost all British cities have, like, American versions. But I don't know of any... I would pronounce it correctly if there was an American version. But I don't know of any major towns in the U.S. called Leicester. There probably is. But in 50x years on this planet, I've never seen an American town named after Leicester. There have to be. I had dinner. No, we were in Hastings. Played in Hastings, and that was so long ago. It seems like yesterday. Yeah, I've known Mark for a long time. But I know there's been some bad blood in the UK senior teams with certain someone. Should b5 check. Okay, here Nimzo. Yeah, this is interesting. So c6, d6, and bishop g4. Leicester the molester. Now Leicester's... Are they still in the Premier League? What do we do? Bishop e2? Yesterday I was watching... I never watch, like, Premier League football because I'm not a football fan. But, yeah, no, Mark has some bad blood with one of the other senior players. I think with Keith, no? Imagine that. Just problems with Keith. Alright, so... What am I going to do? The Kraken? The Kraken. Yeah, they had some kind of major blowout. Of course, they used to be friends, but, you know, things happen. I'm not really party to the details. All I know is that the place ain't big enough for the two of them. You know, these grandmasters and their egos. They're probably fighting about, like, who's board 3. You know, I don't know. But I think someone hurt someone's feelings. You'll have to ask Danny Gormally. He would know. Alright. So, anyway. F4, critical move. What do we do? I tried everything here. Rumors and gossip. No politics, rumors, or gossip. If I talk about rumors, Nefedov will resign. Just keep getting them wrong. Torquay. Bro, yesterday I saw the Premier League and Bournemouth. What was it? Bournemouth beat Liverpool? The Hungarian great, you know, Szoboszlai is playing for Liverpool, of course. Can you pronounce that? I'd like to see you pronounce Szoboszlai, Nefedov. If you're so good with pronunciation, I want to see you pronounce some Hungarian names correctly. But, I was thinking, like, you know, it's amazing that Bournemouth is in the Premier League. Worcestershire League. One of your great viewers is from Bournemouth. All of my viewers are great, Nefedov. Not just you. Alright. Alright, guys, I'm getting distracted. Let's focus here. So, the famous 1986 game that made me start talking about these old English grandmasters was, of course, Hebden versus Nunn, 1986, where John played c6 with black. And, you know, this was always the main line. That was the thing about it. Like, e4 was always the main line of the Falkbier. I've been playing the King's Gambit I'm a hack. You know, I always play the King's Gambit for fun. I've only played it over the board maybe 0 times. I think I actually have the black side of a Falkbier in a tournament game, but I've never played the white side of a King's Gambit over the board. Because I think you have a very, very steep learning curve. Oh, shit. But Arsenal doesn't live in Bournemouth, does he? Well, I don't know where he's, like, from originally. That's who you're talking about. But he lives somewhere else, right? Another city. Anyway, 1986 Nunn plays c6. But e4 is still the main line. Yeah, Arsenal, I don't know, he must have gotten offended by me talking about politics. Or maybe he has something going on in real life. You know, he hasn't been here anymore. So, We need some room to breathe. A lot of Nimzo-like stuff going on. We're getting a very Nimzovichian stream today. Sekesh Fehérvár correctly. Sekesh Fehérvár. I'm pretty good, man. You know, all I need is some practice. It's like Richard Branson posted the other day on Facebook about hiring people, and he said hire, and he's a billionaire, and he's a pretty good guy for a billionaire, which is very rare. When you hire people, you hire character, and you teach skill. See, that's the thing. I have character, Nefirov. You just have to teach me skill, you know. I can learn to pronounce English town names perfectly, but I just haven't practiced. I have the ability, but you need to be a better teacher. All right, so hire character, teach skill. Better to hire unskilled workers with good character than hire skilled workers with shitty character, obviously. Any day of the week. I should have been a CEO. A3, slow move. Very slow move. Slow. This is a mainline Staunton. Speaking of people from the UK, where is Richard Brenton today? Did not make it. Carolina. The Carolina Reapers has followed. God, this coffee is like saving my life now. I love coffee. Maybe one of my favorite things in life. Oh no, they played A6? That's bad. It's a same-ish Nimzo, like reversed. Pretty bad. This is a weird move. B3 with no back road for that bishop to retreat. Very strange. Very strange. Coffee loves you too. I didn't finish my coffee at poker last night. I brought this like, you know, whole cola bottle filled with homemade coffee, and I only drank like a little bit of it. I could probably have negated a lot of this brain fog if I had had more coffee last night. Terrible brain fog. Okay, so this is my blitz game with the Plotkin, big Plotkin from World Senior. FM Mark Plotkin from Canada. Last World Senior in Portugal. I threw this out there. It was played by Dizarevich, I think. So I'm not the first person to play this. And now, what do I do? I think, actually, Gina Rook, you played in my streams sometimes when I was doing, like, weird openings Wednesdays. You just spoke about Richard Branson and suddenly turned to Richard Branson. I know, isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? Is that a coincidence? See? I think there's a conspiracy going on. Richard Brenton is Richard Branson's cousin. I know, it's not a coincidence. There are very few coincidences. Coincidences are like tactics, you know. There's lots of them, but very few of them actually work. I mean, conspiracy theories. There's lots of conspiracy theories, but very few actually work. So I can never remember if I'm supposed to play knight c3 or take. Or isn't it queen e2? When am I supposed to play queen e2? Why should I play queen e2? The queen e2 is stupid. Why would I play that? Doesn't even make sense. I've been playing the King's Gambit since like 1987, but I never really learned it, and I never really had faith in it. I just like to play it for fun, you know, so even though I've never played in a tournament game, I've played hundreds of Blitz games, but I'm just a casual King's Gambit player. I don't really know what I'm doing. I know that knight c3 can be answered by bishop to b4. And I think that I'm not supposed to do that. Queen e2, on the other hand, is more interesting. Pawn takes pawn, knight takes e4, queen e2, castles. Pawn takes pawn. What am I talking about? He has to move the bishop. Pawn takes pawn, knight e4, queen e2. Queen takes d5, right? Of course. So that's the line. Pawn takes pawn, knight takes e4, queen e2, queen d5, etc. I had a game with somebody. Here I can play b3. You play g6. So what should I do? Try to counter that diagonal? Or not? And say I did. We can play d3 or b3. d3, b3. Chicken or fish? Chicken or fish? Chicken or fish? Chicken or fish? Man, yesterday I ordered food. Does anybody know what a sleigh burger is? Like this, like SLAY. I thought it would be like a real burger, but it was like a chicken burger. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't know this was a chicken burger. I don't want a chicken burger. I want like a burger. And I got chicken. I was like, what? They gave me this menu, and it's too small to read the print because I need glasses. I figure sleigh burger, it has to be burger. I get a chicken sandwich. What's that about? That's just wrong, you know? It's just wrong. It is. It's Gen Z slang, Mr. Coffee. But look it up. Look it up. There are the. It's a burger. It's like a trendy burger type. If you look it up, you can find some burger places. Probably in the southeast. I think I saw. Trendy, yeah, Gen Z burger name. But come on, man. I'm like so hungry, and I thought I was getting a burger, and I get chicken. I'm like, what the fuck? I thought this was a burger. That sucks, man. And the last time, you know what I did? The last time it was even worse. I got like a veggie burger. And I didn't know though. It was like fake meat. It was actually pretty good. But I was thinking, like, why are these like meat patties so weird? You know, like they're like little rectangles. And I didn't know it was, it was, I gotta admit, like, when you throw in a lot of other stuff, the plant-based burger, it can actually be deceptively okay. So it's like I'm 0 for 2 with burgers. First I got a plant burger, and then I got a chicken burger. Next time I'm gonna go for like burger. Queen e2. I had a lot of games with Lawyer Times. He's a master from Boston, where we used to play, because Lawyer always played the Dutch. No, wait. Am I thinking right? No, he doesn't play Dutch. He plays the Banco. But he used to always play the Staunton Gambit. And I think the Staunton Gambit isn't that good. Your personal favorite in pronunciation is a city in Budapest. Oh, Godolo. Godolo. I've been to God. There's a bunch of... It's, well, actually, Godolo I'm not sure about. I think Godolo might be separate from God. But anyway, God is like on the north side towards Slovakia, up the Danube. It's like a suburban area. Very nice next to the Danube. Not that far from the Slovakian border. You start to go toward... Now, Budapest isn't that far south of the Slovakian border. Budapest is much closer to the north side of the country. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Knight f7? No, queen e2 was played. I guess this is normal, but it seems weird to retreat my knight voluntarily. Things that seem weird. Okay, h6. Godolo. Yeah, my son just he just took his high school placement exams, and they have Hungarian and math. And man, it's like really hard, the Hungarian part for him. No, even for Hungarians, Hungarian is hard. I would probably get like a 0 if I had to take like the high school placement test. Oh my god. What a nightmare. If it's possible to get a 0, I would get a 0. Hungarian's harder than math, probably. Alright, anyway, we have some Hungarians here, I think, in the Simul. Alright. It's a weird language. But I pronounce things pretty well now. Fairly well. I'm still bad, but better than my pronunciation of English towns. White has lost a piece. White has lost a piece there. Alright, we got... Now what do we got? Bogo this. Birds opening. Bard Larson. This is the point where I beg for more subscribers. Please, guys, come on. It's my Sunday flagship Simul. We used to get a lot of support without by the way, Mr. Slow, I'm worried about him. He was one of our biggest donors, but not because he's not donating. He's like not active. He doesn't come on like Lichess. I hope he's okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't think he's dead because he logged on. At least since Christmas, it said his account, you know, he had been logged on, but Mr. Slow has been active participant in my simuls, my analysis streams, like for 6 years, and he suddenly like disappeared. Thomas Strenson's in the simul today, which is nice. Someone who hasn't been here in a while. Who else is back? Nedeye. Nedeye came back. All right, Astrobate, this is you. Ta-da! We got him. CGN, thank you for the good luck. Ta-da! Astrobate nailed. After 3 moves, I identified him. Last week he did something tricky and he managed to have like 15 minutes and I couldn't figure him out. Alright. We got you, Astrobate. No, last week he threw me off because he didn't use the normal amount of time. I was totally thrown off. You can always tell Astrobate by his time use. He always uses about the same amount of time. Plus to the characteristic openings. It's very hard to not identify him. Now H4, that's some crazy ass shit right there. If reduces in the simul, I would say this is him. But I don't remember. Do we have a simul list, Astrobate? Can we get a hype train? Where's move 11? We need a hype train conductor. Is anybody a hype train conductor? Oh, I still have master analysis. Damn. Master analysis. Idiot. Fuck ICE. I'm not going to put that up there. Don't worry. Wouldn't want to offend Nefyadov. No political messaging in the whatever. In the text. So on screen text, no political messaging. We've got Simul versus 25 versus 21 to be exact. Lucky 21. Blackjack. So Redusa. I got him. Nice. 2 for 2. Not only do I play master level chess, I can identify who my opponents are after a mere 3 or 4 moves. I'm like Houdini. I'm Poirot. You know, I'm a master detective. Is anybody out there like a detective? Any detective movie fans? The reason I mention it, and the Amazon has a new Agatha Christie that came out, and a lot of them are bad. Evolve Yourself as a Detective. Well, Agatha Christie's on, a lot of modern ones are like bad, but a new one came out with Martin Freeman, and he normally doesn't go for things that suck. He's not like the greatest actor in the world, or the most exciting, but I figured if Martin Freeman's in it, it's probably okay. It can't be that bad. He generally doesn't do projects that just like suck. Because sometimes these like Amazon, or whatever, Netflix is different, but it's rare there's a good Agatha Christie. The latest one they did, I thought wasn't that good with Poirot. I'm not a huge detective movie fan, but sometimes it's fun. I've read like every Sherlock Holmes story. Now we've got Knight F3. Okay. I've been trying to play Knight C6 here, but I looked at it with the engine and it's not that good. And I also experimented with Bishop G4. I played like every move in this position, and objectively the best is probably like G6. G6 is okay. Am I into Star Trek at all? Well, I don't mean to be like the... I don't identify as conservative, but Star Trek hasn't been that good lately. I like Star Trek. When Star Trek starts to feel like a woke soap opera, it's gone too far. I think it's gone too far. Like, the latest series wasn't too bad, but the latest... It's gotten too drippy and weird. It's pushed too far away from its original. I know that this is like a conservative meme, like woke Star Trek and stuff. But there is a kind of point where it's gone too far on the woke side. I mean, Captain Kirk, sexually harassing everyone and kissing everyone was a little exaggerated. But, William Shatner's still alive, and somewhere he responded. William Shatner recently responded. We're going to get into Star Trek. We're going to get into Star Trek politics now for Nephew Dog. Captain Kirk responded to Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller, the Nazi propagandist from the U.S. government, Pee Wee German, was criticizing Star Trek for being too woke and Captain Kirk responded directly to him on Twitter. But the fascists have a point. I mean, it has gotten a little bit too woke. Woke is okay, but you don't have to take it so far. I'm not opposed to a lesbian kiss on Star Trek. But it's become almost like a soap opera where, we're losing touch with the whole original premise of the show, I want to see some, Klingons getting killed and shit, It's too soft, is what I'm trying to say. It's got too soft and too emotional. A little bit of emotion and human touch is important, but if we're not killing Klingons, we've really lost touch with the point of Star Trek. Anyway, who was it? another late night. Stephen Colbert was talking about The Thing. Oh, I don't remember who he was talking with, but they were joking how The Thing is. Watching The Thing is like, it's good, like fun for the whole family. We like a little bit of violence, you know. No, I mean, yeah, Star Trek. Getting too political, Nefidov. All right. Anyway, it's just difficult to navigate this 21st century world. Woke Star Trek. No, woke is fine, but if you start, like, there's no more violent, like, battles with the Klingons, I think, you know, we've missed the point. So, anyway, I want to see a little more action, not just drippy, emotional stuff. If I wanted, I would watch the Hallmark Channel. Some emotional stuff is good, but not to the point where that's all it's about. Interpersonal relations and drippy emotional Star Trek. It's just too much. You know, the interesting thing about Star Trek, though, if you think about it, they're owned by Paramount, right? I mean, Paramount has the rights to Star Trek, and now Paramount has been taken over by the Ellisons, who are right-wing billionaires. It's like I wanted to cancel my Paramount subscription. In fact, I think I did. But it's just kind of funny when the right-wing billionaires own the drippy, woke, you know, Star Trek soap opera. It's strange. Also, like South Park, really the most politically active show on television is owned by, isn't it owned by Paramount as well? Weird. Yeah, private media. So you play G4. Holy shit, anyway. Holy shit, G4. Holy shit, Batman. Masturbate. You're getting into Bob territory. Bob would be proud of you. It's like Hungarians are hungry. Don't start with that. Are Hungarians hungry? You're above that, Astrobate. Stay above the fray. That's just clumsy and awkward. So here, yeah, you should probably think about knight takes b5. Knight takes b5. You get 2 pawns for a piece with knight takes b5. Now he's just getting 1. This is much worse. Much worse. I never thought I would have more, like, personal freedom in Hungary than the United States. It may work out that way. Personal freedoms. Alright, next up. You know, there's a very good line for black here. Guys. Knight e7. It's a strange line. It's excellent for black. And it can be played with colors reversed. Knight e7 sacking the pawn. Morozevich has played it. It's a very strong move. Knight e7, bishop takes b5, a6, bishop c6, knight takes c6. Black has huge compensation. We've gone over this. This is an old line. I rarely play b3, but I did have a game with that once. And I told you guys what the best move is. Now that I've told you guys what the best move is, Jim isn't here. Jim is our resident expert on B3, though he hasn't been on the stream in years. Jabava would play what, like Queen E2 now? Queen E2? Interesting. Okay, so birds is the words. It's like a bogo with colors reversed. So if I play knight d1, you take... I play knight takes e3, you play knight to d4. I play knight takes d4, you play pawn takes d4. Or knight takes d4, pawn takes d4. What else do you do? Knight d1, pawn takes e3, knight takes e3. I mean, whatever, it's fine. You're perfectly free to carry a gun in America as long as you don't mind ICE shooting you. Right. They can execute you for having a gun. Republicans want everyone to be having the right to bear arms. But the same Republicans are supporting guerrilla warfare on the American people who execute people for their constitutional right to bear a gun. He didn't pull the gun out. They took it out of his waistband after attacking him and then executed him with 10 bullets. That's fucked up. I don't know if you've watched the news today, but I mean, this is the most fucked up execution of an American citizen in the last week. And that's saying a lot because 2 weeks ago there was another one where they murdered an innocent mom, you know. The guy they murdered yesterday was an ICU nurse for Veteran Affairs Hospital. This isn't some, you know, left-winger nutcase. He was an ICU nurse for Veterans Hospital. And not a domestic terrorist. They just murdered him with 10 bullets. Shooting his dead body. Nazi-style execution. That's why we're talking about this. You know? I would not want to be back now. Exactly. Antonio, I was thinking of going to Vegas for the National Open and maybe a couple World Series of Poker tournaments in July. And I'm like, fuck that, man. I don't think I can bring myself. I don't think I can go to the United States. You know, I mean, you know, you're highly unlikely to get murdered. But, it's scary. It's scary for everybody, you know. This isn't just another political message from me. This is crazy, all hands on deck. Trump is a fucking Nazi, and it's time that it stops now, and these people need to be in jail. The crazy puppy murderer, Donald Trump himself obviously should be in jail, but I mean, it should be like everyone from the top down who is responsible. This is not an exaggeration at this point. This is something everybody should be aware of, not brushing under the rug. Anyway, all right. Back to chess after that message for freedom and democracy, which is not politics whatsoever. Can I play A4? Oh, whatever. D6, yeah, I was wondering about that. But I mean, you're fine. Do D6. I don't understand how this position happened. I must have done something wrong. 99.9999 of the U.S. is not like what you see on the news, though. I don't know, Mr. Coffee. It's more like 98.1%. Bro. You know, that can happen anywhere is really fucked up, dude. That's really fucked up. It's really fucked up. I mean, that could happen in any city, any major city. All kinds of crazy shit. It's getting worse, dude. This is like Civil War type stuff. Possibly. Civil War. Okay, H6, wow. Yeah, I was reluctant to castle, but nice move. I mean, I justified you. I'm not here for political messaging, but I will draw the line. You know, if I have a place where I can do a tiny thing to bring more attention to bad shit that's happening, even if it's just, you know, one line in my simul description, then I'm gonna do it, because this is not a political message. So knight f6, dropping the pawn on e5, very common. I told I had a student whose student played one of my students is a chess coach, and he has students who are little kids, and one of his kids would always win the pawn on e5 whenever he would play b3, because the other little kids, they don't know what to do against b3. Nobody plays b3 at the little kid level, you know, so it's extremely effective. He would just pick off their e-pawn and win every single game when you played 1b3. So if you're a little kid and you play in scholastic tournaments, you play 1b3, you're going to win the central pawn on e5 like 9 out of 10 games. Oh, another crazy thing I heard yesterday. Guys, and everyone, this applies to everyone. And just remember this, okay? If you feel negative, you feel like you're getting old, just remember, Asterbate, you're never going to be any younger than you are today. Deep, huh? Now that's the positive thought for the day. What do you think, guys? Just think about how young you are. Today is the youngest you're ever going to be. What an amazing, you know, what an amazing way to think about it. Deep, huh? Positive thought. Positive thought for the day. You heard it here first. If I can bring you guys just a little bit of positivity, that's what I'm here for. Come for the positivity. I know, I never thought of that. I never thought of that. Can you believe it? So easy to sit around and be like, I'm so old. That's why I hang out with older folks, to make me feel young. Well, it's like the fat, you know, the girls that hang out with fat chicks to make themselves look thinner. I mean, I'm not trying to be sexist, but that's the classic thing. I mean, guys don't really do that. Guys don't care, you know, really, if their friends are fat or thin. But there's always this sort of, the medium good-looking chicks always have like a fat chick they hang out with to make themselves look better. That's what Mr. Coffee does. Briggs Keith, what's up? Briggs Keith subscribed to tier 1. Thank you. Subscribing for 13 months. Simul versus 21. Briggs Keith, thank you very much. I hang out with fat people to make me not look fat. One of my friends pointed out, like, last week that I'm fat. I'm like, dude, yeah, thank you. Thanks for noticing. Yeah, I hang out with Nefidov. Well, Nefidov, for example, you know, he's very well maintained for his age. Yeah, see? Exactly. Well, no, I only go with Nefidov to the pub, you know, to impress the girls. Not for his chess skills, obviously. To meet hot girls. That's the only reason I go to pubs with Nefedov. So this is old school theory. Very old line. Yeah, I remember. Oof, I must have an old book somewhere. I don't remember having a book on the Nimzovich opening. But maybe I did. You'll have to scrounge through my library, Mr. Coffee. What's left of it? Well, actually, you have half, and Uber Driver has the other half. Queen H5 check is a move. Queen H5 check. Yeah, I need another coffee. Okay. Now, I'm confusing it with the F6 line. There's another line with F6. Okay, so knight C3. Okay, I gotta be careful because I normally don't play this, and I'm a little bit brain fogged anyway. But let's just say knight C3. Pawn takes F4. Knight takes D5. What the hell's going on? Queen H4 check, King F1. The safer move, quote unquote, safer move, is pawn takes pawn. Then after bishop takes E5, Queen E5, Knight C3. What do you menace? Alexandru would say. But what do you menace? Who's your favorite prime minister? Macron. Emmanuel Macron rocking the sunglasses at Davos. They claimed he had a burst blood vessel in his eye. I love the French, man. French people are cool. Why don't we have more French viewers? I guess because I don't speak French. Anyway, the French detained a Russian ship in the Mediterranean. Good for them, man. Shadow Fleet. Suck on this, Shadow Fleet. Alright, now I'm getting carried away. I'm out of control. Mr. Coffee. We're going to play safe. Yeah, Pierce with A6. A6 is a kind of useful move here for us. Macron. You know he got beat up by his wife, right? Do you guys remember does anybody remember last year or whatever when there was this, they were filming Macron getting off a plane and his wife like beat him up or something? Like as he was getting off the plane, they pulled him back. She pulled him back and started like beating on him or something. He probably got beaten up. All right. Now after a binge drinking session, you can get like a broken blood vessel in your eye very easily, or from puking. I used to get it from puking, like when I was in college and I would drink too much. It's very common. You go on a drinking binge, then you have to puke, and then when you puke, you like break a blood vessel in your eye because you're like puking your brains out. Maybe he had a bender or something. Either that or he got beat up. I'm not sure. But you know those sunglasses now are like incredibly popular. He totally just crushed it for that company that makes those sunglasses. And that's his like maximum corruption. Like Trump just steals the entire everything right out from under everyone. You know, this bishop, I can keep this bishop now. I'm not going to give you the bishop if I don't have to. Keep the stinking bishop. Nice stonewall attack with bishop on d3. This is an ideal position for me. I get to trade my bad bishop, and I don't know, actually. I think I should. I have knight h6 coming up there. Maybe bishop g4. Obsessed with trading bishops now. Here, guys. I don't know the bird. I don't know the Dutch. Today you stepped out of your apartment and ran into 3 old people arguing over who was in the worst shape. That's funny. Side bets. No, I'm in the worst shape. Yeah, I'm telling you, my friend who's like 10 years older than me, actually more, he's like 12 years older than me. He tells me I'm fat. I look fat. Oh, you're fat too. I'm like, dude, nice, thank you. Shit, I had a hallucination. Yeah, no, I'm almost blundering here. I meant to play knight c3. I meant to play bishop e5 and then knight c3. And I almost played knight c3, allowing d4. I drank a little bit last night. Not out of control, but more than I should have. This pawn sack is kind of annoying. Bishop's coming to f3. It's a problem for me. I need to be able to free my own bishop. Maybe I should just play b6 and be done with it. But I don't know. I didn't think this would be such a problem, but it's kind of awkward to get my pieces out at all here. You know, g6, okay. g6, knight f3. Yeah, you can't put 2 pieces on f3. Maybe he'll play bishop f3 and knight f4. But black has some technical problems. I mean, this isn't so easy to get out of this. I think you need to really holistically plan everything out here for black in order to not be worse. By the way, Someone Unsound isn't here. He's been very inactive. We're missing him. Got no donations. Senior World Championship, Albania, 2026, April. I'm trying to raise money for that, but so far all I got is like one of my students like paying for his lessons. On the most of that money is really not donations. It just looks like donations. Okay, maybe b6, rook b8, or rook b8 right away. That's going to be a problem. Guys, donate and subscribe. Or both. Yeah. Another draw offer. I don't get the draw offers in simuls. If it's really a draw, fine. But in the early middle game, why are you offering a draw? That's weird. Knight h6. I have, no, just e6 is good. Save the knight h6 for later. Try not to laugh. This is Redusu. No. This is not Redusu. This is other player. Alright. Guys, I know there's affordability issues, but we need your support. Bishop takes f3. Should I take with a rook? Nope. Not today. This was the other draw offer. Now this is an actual setup that black sometimes plays, or white sometimes plays against the Dutch. The c3, queen b3. It's a line. Bishop g5. Whoa. I have knight e4. So apparently he didn't want to allow that. But it raises an interesting question. If a5, bishop g5, knight e4. So I guess I should play knight e4 directly. Now I'm just up a pawn. I wonder if I should play knight e2 instead of knight f3. So as not to get pinned. What I was trying to say before I got distracted talking about Macron is I have a kind of lack of theoretical knowledge in terms of the birds and the Dutch, yet I can play it fairly well because these openings are absolutely Nimzovician in nature. So all my life I've adhered very much to Nimzovich style and a lot of Nimzovician style openings, so I feel very comfortable playing thus. So I'll attack early and often. This is a classic Kraken. Really b5. I'm a little bit worried about this, actually. I could try c5. Popular move these days. Okay, now b4 bishop b2. Do we have any viewers today? Okay, good. Why is it my window's too small? I can't see the viewer count. So Asterbay with a gift sub, nice. 24 viewers. Okay. Not enough, but not too bad. What do you think about the book Diamond Dutch by Moskolenko? Moskolenko, Viktor Moskolenko, right? I never met him. I never buy any new opening books, almost, because, well, there's a million of them, and I'm not really a book collector type, and they're constantly coming out. There's constantly new books, and you can't keep up with it. My good friend, Joe, who I lovingly call the Weed Master, is an international master, and he's a huge book collector. I don't know about this Dutch book, but I do recall, I think I recall that Moskolenko is a known Dutch player, but I can't give you a review or an opinion. But I do put some emphasis on, you definitely want books by people who actually play the opening. The worst is people like Cyrus Lakdawala or whatever, who just publish tons of books, even about openings they don't play. It's bullshit, Karsten Hansen or whatever. These people who publish books like serial book publishers, serial chess opening authors who write books about everything, you definitely want to stay away from that. When you buy a book, you want a Cotronius book on the King's Indian, or Kojul on the Sicilian. But these people they're so insincere and fake, writing books about everything. I don't want a book about, the Sicilian by Cyrus Lakdawala, the guy who plays the most boring shit ever, like the London system, the Karo Khan, and Slav now is teaching me how to play bullshit. You're just a guy who publishes tons of books. It's just a way of making money, Yeah, if you got a player who's really an expert on the Dutch, man, the Dutch is very hard. It has a very steep learning curve. You're not going to find a lot of Dutch players, but the ones that are the best ones, imagine a Dutch book by Mikhail Gurevich, or even better would be the other guy who I can't place right now. There's another Dutch player, a Russian grandmaster. I think he was Russian, but I'm not 100% sure. I can't. Very well-known Dutch player. I can't place it now. But Moskolenko, I believe, is probably a well-known Dutch player, especially with an opening like that. It's got to be an author with experience playing the opening on a high level. Glazerov was another player who I played. I know he's an expert on the stone wall. The Glacierov. Move 11. The Glacierov. You pronounced that wrong. Move 11. How's the storm, by the way, guys? The storm of the century? Mr. Coffee, move 11. East Coast, USA. Storm of the century. Boston was supposed to be like the worst hit. That was a prediction. I mean, I don't know what's actually going on. 8 inches so far in Pennsylvania. These models always mess it up, though. They say Boston, but it'll be like Harrisburg will get the most, or, somewhere totally different. They're rarely right about, like, storm predictions. Speaking of storms and weather, the New England Patriots are playing the Denver Broncos. Thankfully, they're not playing in Foxborough, which is probably getting hammered by a storm. But tonight or today, I don't know when, huge game for New England Patriots facing the Denver Broncos with no quarterback. Slight problem. Your quarterback breaks his foot on the last play of the game, and the second string quarterback has played like 20 minutes the whole season. Oops. That's what's happening in the NFL now. Tonight is the Patriots and Denver in Denver. But Denver, if anybody likes football, American football, Denver is really hard place to play. So even if the Denver Broncos suck, without a quarterback, G. Christiansen, I don't know who the backup is, but the record for teams in Denver in playoff games is like horrendous. Like visiting teams in Denver, it's horrendous. The Patriots did beat them there once, but barely, like a few years back. So it's not a sure thing, amazingly, It should be like game over. You lose your best, most important piece of your team, it should be game over under any normal circumstances, but who knows, I probably would have like an asthma attack and couldn't breathe at Mile High Stadium. Okay, back to chess. All right, Queen E7. We don't have a dark square bishop there. I'm a little bit worried about that. And as for this, I'm excited because I love the Patriots, but they sucked for like 4 years, so... Yeah, no talking about American sports. Nefedov, or I'll resign. Move 11, what's up, guys? Move 11, thanks for being a founder. Guys, please donate to support the stream, because the donation bar you see there isn't really all donations. Most of it is one of my students using an alternative method of paying me for lessons. So it's been artificially inflated. If you want to support me going to the World Senior Teams in April, I appreciate any donations. We have a happy birthday from a month ago. That's good. Alright, guys, back to the Simul. And don't forget to subscribe. God damn it. Maybe not knight a6. Maybe I should play knight c6. Just the Dutch. Boom. e4. Oh, I like this. Nimzovician setups. Oh, this is against Redusa, and he has a fetish for h4. H4 fetish. Asteroid, how's your H4 fetish? Not as bad as Reduso, right? E5 is a little bit risky for me. I mean, I'm really kind of playing into his hands if I do that, in a way. Am I blotting him out, or am I giving him a target by playing E5? That's the question. Knight H6. Very good. Dizderevich variation there. So I thought this was T-Boot-Poo, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Yep, it is. I do believe that we had one other game with another player in this line, but it doesn't feel like I remember this exact position on the board. Something was different about it. Maybe I don't remember. This exact position I don't recall happening. Knight H3, bishop takes H3, queen H5 check, queen F7, queen takes H3. Queen B4 check, C3. The alternative would be to play bishop E3 and castle queenside quickly. Seems a bit more natural. There's a bit of an awkward move there, though. Like, if I go bishop E3 and black plays H5, then bishop G4 is an extremely awkward threat. But let's say knight H3. Whoa. The gift of a knight. I think you're playing a simul. I drop pieces like that all the time. I just forget that my opponent was attacking something sometimes. Give the gift of a knight. And what happened now? Oh. I'm doing a lot of knight D1. I'm doing a lot of knight F2 anyway. Knight H3, knight F2, knight C3, knight D1, knight F2. I like knight F2, apparently. But it's not going to do much good on D1. Here, another. My other brother. This isn't so stupid for white. Double pawns. What's up, Nils? Good to see you. I'm okay. I'm okay. How are you? How are things? Are you still playing club chess? I hope. Very good position here for black. This is a dream. Dream position. Can you believe I won a castle here? Really, I'm not normal. Oof. How do I protect? Yeah, how would I protect G3? I have to play that. Oh, that's very awkward. H3, knight H5. Bro, what am I going to do? How do I get out of this? You're playing soccer. Phew, indoor soccer, I hope. Indoor soccer. I remember playing indoor soccer. It was kind of weird. The smell of the indoor soccer arena. That's just, you made me have a flashback. Winter soccer. When I was a kid, we would, at some point, we play indoor with the yellow ball. The fuzzy yellow ball for indoor soccer. I remember that. Bishop D2 on long castle. He's taking my B2 pawn. We can't. We have a problem here. Maybe A3 would be a useful prophylaxis. I don't know that he's threatening anything. Rook B1, another useful practical move. In fact, maybe that's also a good way to like lose a piece though. I need to play rook b1 and bishop d2. But I don't know if can black do anything if I play rook b1. Make his knight disappear and play bishop takes c3 check. That's hard to do. It's ugly, but rook b1 followed by bishop d2 looks like a legitimate idea. I don't really see anything for black. Oh, queen e3. Yeah, not a constructive move, really. Maybe. Yeah, okay. I'll accept queen e3 as an alternative. We accept queen a3 answer. Do I really want to castle kingside? Queen e2. Which way are you going to castle? So, I don't know. I hope you have time to play chess, Nils. You could be like Simon Agdestein and play chess and football. And Call of Duty. You can do everything. It's possible to do it all. Alright. Very bad pawn structure for black there. And we're up a piece. And now what happens? c6. John Nunn-esque. The John Nunn-esque c6. Now, I don't know if we're still in book here. Knight f2, pawn takes pawn, queen b5, check. Knight c6, queen takes d5. And that's a little scary. If I take, we can take, and then knight takes c6, and then play bishop e3. Develop. So we either play knight f2 or we take d6 is a move. Like overextending my pawn. I mean d6 they probably have to take, and we take with check. Still looks pretty good for white. They play bishop e7. Threatening to castle, black's threatening to castle there. But I have knight g5. d6 is interesting. Also weird but interesting is d6, queen takes d6, knight f2. I don't know. I don't know. You know, I don't know. This is horrible for white. This Acerbate's not playing 2 games. Now, Acerbate wouldn't do this. This is too many pawn moves. Very bad. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oof. Great position for black. And this is a closed Sicilian type thing. Didn't look at d6. I don't know if it's better, to be honest, than the main move there. Or the main moves. It's hard to decide. Is black threatening something here like knight c6? Position looks better for white, but I mean taking on c5 looks kind of weird. What if I take, give up my bishop and play e5? Thomas Reinson is out here somewhere. I just don't know where. Alright, this is like an Owen's defense with reverse colors. What am I going to do with my light square bishop? It's sitting out there like a Christmas tree ornament on b5 now. It has no real purpose. Bishop on b5 has no purpose. But whatever. It's only one small facet of this position. We need Jimbo. Yeah, it looks like black's good here. Black's equal, or maybe more than equal. I don't know. Jim Bob. Billy Bob Thornton. How about Queen E1, the classic? That was my original intention. And now? I don't know who you are, who you think you are, person. Who do you think you are? I don't know what to do. Are you threatening me? So stereotyped move by me. Don't love it. Knight on g6 is always bad. Just remember you heard that here first. Boom. Shakalaka. What does 95 actually do? If anything. What doesn't it do? Driving his bishop to a good square. Guys, in like 6 minutes, 7 minutes, we're gonna reveal the big reveal. But thanks to the people who did subscribe today. We appreciate your donations, okay? Because it's been a very slow period here. Maybe I should just develop with Queen H4. And I was thinking F4, and then I was like, oh shit, my G6 pawn is hanging. So that's not an idea right away for me. Maybe another move, perhaps. Queen B6. Queen B6, Queen D2. F4, bishop takes G6, knight G3. Can't drop that pawn. Meanwhile, is white for real here? Knight G3? Maybe I should play knight G3. Look, my knight is going to get trapped or something. I should have thought of that before. Okay, this is a annoying square. Bishop E3, Queen A5, knight D2. Bishop E3, Queen A5, knight D2. Bishop E3, Queen A5, knight D2, preventing bishop C4. Bishop E3, Queen A5, knight D2. If I just say it out loud, you know, helps me. You guys do that, I hope? Self-talk. Yeah, okay, fine. Take my bishop. It's my bad bishop anyway. Wow, Astrobate gifting a tier 1 sub to Nils. Wow, Astrobate, you're the best. Chalk Astrobate. Just Astrobate. I spend my Saturday nights playing poker and speaking Hungarian. So sometimes I'll be like, I've reached the point where I start like talking Hungarian. Csak means just. After years of living in Hungary, it's funny, you even start to talk to yourself in your head in Hungarian. I've started to do that recently at times, which I never ever used to do. Maybe I should go for E5 here and take back. Gina Rook with 50 bits. Nice. Now get the bits out. It's been a little slow without Mr. Slow to chum the waters, so to speak. Controversial decision. Thank you, Gina Rook, for your kind donation. And wonder who this is. Playing white here. Almost looks like white is getting away with this. Overextended looking position. Bishop F7. Unravel. This is a very solid setup for black. External bishop that has to be surgically removed from black's position. Chess Zebra, welcome. Thanks for being a subscriber. How are things in Hawaii? Hungarians call it Hawaii. Hawaii. Say hi to... Oh no, Magnum is here. Magnum is Asterbait. One of my favorite TV shows as a kid was Hawaii Five-0. We've talked about Hawaii Five-0 a little bit on the stream, but I like watching old Hawaii 5-0. That's how real Hawaiians pronounce it too. You're not a real Hawaiian. Has IC started deporting real Hawaiians from Hawaii yet? You look brown. You don't belong here. True colonialism. You know, I love the original Hawaii 5-0. Screw like the remake. No, no, it's not. It's not like no. Yeah, you can't remake Hawaii 5-0. It has to be the classic, original '70s Hawaii 5-0. Haiole. You need to look at the alternative to E4 that was mentioned in the chat here. No, that's what I told you about. It's non-Hebden. I've been playing C6 for a while, Gina Rook. Though I think E4 is okay. It's not obvious, which is better, but C6 is interesting. I mean, imagine how much black can be improved on the old days with a computer. The fog pier used to be considered coffee house, but it's actually quite sound, you know. It really is one of black's most practical approaches, I think. This is a good player, but they're using a lot of time. Is that Snedsteg or something? Who's the player that uses all their time? Then plays really well. I don't know why I can't think of a move here. So the latest move is A6? No, that was played before. Well, Queen's Indian problem, like, there's never a good place to put my Queen Knight in these B3 setups. Knight C3, D4, Knight E2. That's actually playable. You know, D3 is awkward. You guys think this could be Nefedov? No, he would never use that much time. 95, just trading pieces, sort of stupid. D3, H3, Knight H4. Knight H4, Bishop E4. I don't know what to do. God damn it. I don't see a move I'd like. Thanks, guys, for your kind support. Let's get a hype train started. Gina Rook with 50 bits. I don't think that qualifies for hype train, though. I think it has to be 100. No, the opening, you know, and Jack Lord. The soft, tough guy. I love Jack Lord's hair, you know. Classic. I miss 70s TV. Or like late 70s TV, to be exact. That was definitely the best time. The best time in the States, late 70s. I was very lucky, you know, to grow up in that generation. Not just for television, but for life in general. Idyllic life to live through the time when I lived. As an American, Queen B4 supporting the idea of Bishop C4 attacking E4. So as I mentioned previously, we have a problem here. Knight D2 is not forced, but Bishop C4 is really awkward. There's also Knight G4. But I don't really understand what's going on here. I mean, if I play A3, A3 is for free. It's for me, right? It's free. To play it, unprovoked without a tempo would be a different story. But here it's fine. And that's not what I expected. I mean, he went out of his way to put his knight on d6 to take the bishop on c4, and it doesn't take. Like, I'm just kidding? No, I'm really not going to take? Wow. Very surprising. We got bling. Thomas Trainson has tipped $5. Yes. Finally. There's a hype train. Possible hype train inducing event. Thomas Trainson has tipped $5. Oh, Maxwell Smart, dude. I've watched every episode of... I made my son during COVID. We had nothing to do. So it was like, especially during the COVID period, we used to watch old American TV shows. I didn't force him. He enjoyed it. He loved watching with me, like, Get Smart. And how many, like, Hungarian children have seen every episode of Get Smart? I mean, that's got to have an enduring effect on people. He's seen every episode. Every season. Every episode. What an iconic American TV show. Of course. I mean, one of my favorite shows when I was a kid. You know what's amazing, right? What's really, really amazing is that Mel Brooks is still alive. Think about how crazy that is. How crazy is it that Mel Brooks is still alive? He's what, like 100? The creator of that show. And a lot of other, like, parody things. What an amazing thing. And actually, the woman from that show, what's her name? I never remember her name, but the female actress who played Maxwell Smart's partner and lover, wife, 99, Agent 99. I don't remember her name, but she was still alive the last time I checked. She's 99. You got something's wrong with you. You got, like, acerbate body disease. So I forget her name, but she was still alive the last time I checked a couple years ago. And the funny thing was, like, she's the exact same age, exact same generation, even type of American, like, woman as my mom. She's literally like a prototype of my mom. They're even from, like, a similar region, I think. If my mom was still alive, my mom passed away in 2019 and she was 87. And Agent 99 is, if she's still alive, I think she's like 90. But, like, what is the chance that Mel Brooks is still alive? It's unbelievable, you know? Of course, one of the most famous, like, comedy writers and producers in movies and television. Spaceballs. Many other things. White is starting to concern me here. White played really like a complete noob. But suddenly doesn't seem like a noob. It's like a false noob flag. It's a false flag noob. Okay, this is double-edged. But weird. And the fact that white is using time, very disturbing. I get that, like, sometimes when I'm playing, I think they're cheating. But chess is hard to... I try to explain things. I try to understand things and explain everything away. And sometimes you just can't explain people, you know? They seem like a complete noob, but everything just falls into place. Alright, guys, we're going to stop the hype... Yeah. Probably a legitimate player. People understand chess. Everyone's different. They understand chess differently. I thought white was a total noob. But, rich people. Barbara Feldon. Okay. So she's 93. She's even 93 now. Okay, my mom died at 87. That was 6 years ago. So it makes sense. They're born like months apart. My mom and Barbara Feldon. Everything like from that television show is like my, the furniture, bro, there's this plant in Get Smart, like a fake house plant, like one of those fake plastic house plants. We had that plant. I swear to God. I swear to God. It's in every episode. They have it in a different place. It's very funny. Fake houseplants was a very common thing in the late 70s. Something you wouldn't even think about, I mean, it's unbelievable. Who thinks about the fake houseplant in Get Smart? Or any show for that matter. Dude, we had that plant in my house. And it moved with us. It's like, it's such a stupid concept, right? I thought it was normal. You're growing up in that environment and you think, wow, having a fake houseplant is normal, It's one of those things that you're like, fuck, this is stupid, We had this fake houseplant forever. I mean, it was from before I was born. I don't know where it came from. But it stayed with us. It was like part of the family. My mom took it with her when she retired and lived by herself. My kids met the houseplant, the fake houseplant. It was always there. It was like unbelievable, American 70s culture. Crazy. Just crazy. Radiohead has a song, fake plastic trees. One of their older albums. Masturbate, clip making, the art of clip making. Maybe my bishop should go to d3. Clip that, motherfucker. Alright. Oh, we got a request to join our team from Errant Panda. Sorry about that. We had to leave for a moment. But the Christmas decoration... I kind of feel bad for the fake plastic tree now. So much was going on when my mom died and I had to get rid of the house. And never thought about it really, how the fake plastic tree became part of the family. But I was watching Maxwell Smart, Get Smart with my son, and at some point I realized, fuck, that's the plant. That's the same exact plant we had. A soulless, inanimate piece of plastic that embodies my entire childhood. Nothing more, nothing less. Thingy. That reminds me of T-Boot Ba. T-Boot Ba. Pootie Bot. Queen F3. Booty Bot. Otherwise known as Booty Bot. This is Sinus. Oh god. That thing you did with D6, that never happened in any of my other games in this. I feel like I'm playing someone on sound. You never used plastic Christmas trees? No, I mean, plastic Christmas trees were very, very common. But my family, we had this very big tradition of always getting a real Christmas tree. I grew up in southern New Jersey. I didn't live in the city or something. And so it was very accessible. Southern New Jersey has a lot of pine barrens and farms still. So it was really accessible to get a real Christmas tree. That was a big family tradition. We would get a real Christmas tree. So I still do that. Yeah, I mean, Christmas trees is special. It is kind of ironic, right? Like, this family that has a fake plastic tree gets real Christmas trees. That's not consistent, you know? We weren't consistent. I think the plastic plant, you know, it's one of those things that probably got handed down, you know? I mean, I never met my grandparents. This is getting very personal now. I never lived to, I mean, my grandparents never lived long enough that I could meet them. But I imagine the plastic plant, it's like one of those things that, you know, your parents had. Maybe my grandparents got it or something, you know, and my parents just kept it, or it's something you get as a gift from your office buddies, or I don't know where it comes from. I have no idea where it came from. It was just there when I was like born. That is funny. Yeah, so many people have plastic Christmas trees. I mean, sadly. It's good for the environment. Don't you love the stuff we talk about here? Isn't it great? Such funny conversations. Aaron. Hungarian number 2. Aaron, you know, the Hungarian version of Aaron in English, Aaron. The origins of which I don't know, interestingly. I imagine that Aaron is an old name, and its origins I do not know. Interesting question. So, anyway, I'm easily distracted when I talk about anything. A6, rook b8. I need to get out of this situation. If I move my rook, I get hammered, enamored, and hammered. A6 isn't ideal either. But another possibility, knight e6. I have to play a6, rook b8, etc. Wow, this is Snedsteg. Snedsteg pretending to be a beginner. You did what that other guy did. You faked me out, doing a total beginner impersonation, and somehow your position is hanging together now? Wow. My knight never got off of, it never got off of h6 yet. As an adult, I hated getting real Christmas trees. And getting my car scratched up. Dad, can we get a real Christmas tree? Well, my dad would hate getting his car scratched up. I'm not sure your car should get scratched up. You probably just didn't transport the Christmas tree properly. I think you're guilty of shoddy Christmas tree transportation, Jesse, bro. Exactly. Get Christmas tree in the forest with children. Was tradition when they little. Exactly. Exactly. Um, Shoddy Christmas tree transportation. Getting by Jesse, bro. You just weren't careful enough. I don't remember how we did it. There must have been like a roof rack involved or something. We'd just like put it directly on the paint. The Christmas tree doesn't have to come in direct contact with the car in order to gain access to the Christmas tree. Oh my god. The weirdest shit we talk about here. Luck is seriously toast. And this one. And Chukru sacked a piece on the king side. I mean, I had some kind of weird hallucination. Here, I still have to be careful. I need 1, 2, 3 moves to evacuate. 3-move evacuation plan should be acceptable. But I have to admit, like, I don't know. You know, I thought that he was just losing a piece for absolutely nothing. Should I take the pawn on g4? Or is that pawn really not worth it? Queen takes g4, open up his bishop. I can always play f5. Queen takes g4. I mean, it's giving me access to f3. Gaining access to Christmas trees. First, you have to put the rack on the car. You put the rack on the car. Then you take the Christmas trees. Wow, this is Nef Idav. Dr. Nef Idov. It's pronounced Nef Idov. Emphasis on the E. Nef Idov. First, you emphasize the E. Dr. Nef Idov. Rook f3. Queen f3. So many choices here. First, you play the queen f3. Then you play the rook e1. You play the queen f3. You play the bishop g5, and then the rook e1. Queen f3, bishop g5, rook e1, d4, pawn d4, bishop takes b2, queen e2, bishop g5, and then rook f3, and then the d4. But the pawn takes pawn, then the pawn takes pawn. And then the knight f1. Or we could try something more dramatic, like sacrificing on f5. Very tempting idea, sir. His knight is trapped. Whew, this is an interesting position. It looks like white should have some kind of trick. We should be fine here. He's chasing the... I do not sound like that. Bill, how are you? No, sorry, my camera got blurry. No? Bill, how are you? I don't see you for so long time. No, it's not Nefedov. Do you know who this was? This was at the World Senior meeting Kaidanov after not seeing him for like 15 years. Bill, how are you? Oh, it's so good to see you. If Nefedov had like an American accent, Yermolitsky's not as social and, I don't know, not as happy sounding. Yeah, that would be similar. But this was more Kaidanov. Oh, Bill. How have you been? You're in Hungary, right? I can't do Russian accents, but I can do Russian American accents. But Kaidanov has a good like I can find the right tone. I don't know what you call it, how high or low your voice is. We're probably around the same in terms of like baritone, bass, tenor, whatever. Alto. Maybe Yermo is a little deeper. I'm probably around the same. What do you call that in is that not tone? I mean, music terms. Oh, Bill. So good to see you. You know, when they call you Bill, you know they're American. They love their Bill. Timber. What timber? Timber. That's what the loggers say when they're felling Christmas trees. Timber! Move 11 knows a little bit about music, so we'll take his word on it. Well, at least we're having fun today. That's what my friend and I were talking about poker yesterday. I didn't win, but at least we had fun. That's the important thing, right? Being a little sarcastic. How about tripled pawns? Beveled pawns. You gotta love deviled pawns. Soft pawn, deviled pawns. Black's threatening c5. This is Morales. Okay. Of course it is. Very Morales-like. Oh, Bill. William. Grigory Khridonov. You know, as much as I've played Yermolinsky, like 3 times, never really had a conversation with him. we just played the game and that was it, you know. We never exchanged more than a hi. Kaidanov likes to talk more. Yurmo's more talk. I mean, Kaidanov teaches chess, you know, whatever. I mean, dude, he's a very social person. He has people skills. Yurmo, not so much. Yurmo can't charge nearly as much as Kaidanov for chess lessons. He doesn't have the personality. He's kind of grumpy old man. Bishop takes knight d4. Bishop g6. It's not gonna fly. Beal. This has got to be a mistake. All right. I gotta stop this Bill stuff. Hungarians can sound similar. I mean, I have some poker friends who also similar. Bill. They like to say that Bill. He helped Ben Feingold. Helped him what? Like the diet? I don't know. Helped him. Kaidanov lives in Lexington, Kentucky, and he always has since he immigrated. And Feingold is from like Michigan. But it's possible. I don't know. He's worked with a lot of people. He's a high-end chess teacher. He charges like the maximum. Extremely expensive. But I think part of it is his charisma. Without the charisma, you can't charge like $200 an hour for lessons. I mean, no matter how good you are. People have to like you, you know, to pay you that kind of money, I think, at the end of the day. Regardless of how good you are, you know. But as far as like conversing and expressing, communicating, you know, Kaidanov is way better than Yurmo. I can't imagine Yurmo communicating well. I think I just told him I really liked his book and he had some super rude response. Yurmo? Yeah, he's not a friendly guy. He's not a friendly guy. I mean, he was never rude to me. Even when he lost twice, he wasn't happy. He was never really rude. But I think, you know, Joel Benjamin was like that with me, or other people, not me, but I like Joel. But some chess players who are famous, not just chess players, I imagine anyone who's a pseudo celebrity, they have a tendency to be rude or standoffish with like fans, you know, quote unquote fans. So if you bumped into him at a chess tournament, Chess Ibra, you know, who knows? Maybe he just lost a game, or. But I don't think of Yurmo as a friendly guy. You know, yeah, he's not. But other people can be grumpy too. You know, Larry Christensen, extremely grumpy guy. DeFermian. A lot of the American grandmasters are grumpy too. But I think there's a tendency to be standoffish because they get pestered by chess fans all the time. It's almost like paparazzi, you know? They treat you like you're the paparazzi and you're annoying them. But yeah, I wouldn't consider Yurmo to be a friendly person. He's standoffish, and with me personally, he was always like kind of grumpy, but you know, reasonable. And he has reasons to like dislike me because he's got a very bad score against me. He has like the worst score of any grandmaster. So it'd be very easy for Yurmo to like hate me. But he just took his medicine. He's a professional, you know. DeFermian hated me when I beat him. It was a weird situation. He later apologized. He was seated at a chess table in a chess store with a job to interact with players between rounds. Well, you picked the wrong guy for the job. Yeah. Larry Christensen would like offer to buy you a beer or something, you know what I mean? Yermo is, I can't imagine, he's not supposed to be a chess coach, you know. I think he was just a player. He's a chess player who got in a situation where I'm a much more social person, even though I didn't set out to become a chess coach. I've always been a social person, and that's the way I was raised. You know, so it helps. You grew up and your dad was a salesman. I mean, you're going to be kind of social. I don't think Yermo's dad was a salesman. I'm going to go out on a limb. Aren't playing very well. I want to play bishop e6. But you have c6. That's a kind of annoying move. What if I was to sacrifice a pawn? Well, who needs a stinking double pawn anyway? Maybe at 50 to 70, stay strong, played emotions. Because what? Exact new morality? Mortality. I don't know what you mean. I'm confused. Do you realize that they're mortal? Yermo's really sick. He was really sick. I don't know. He moved to Turkey. I don't know why he moved to Turkey. I mean, obviously it's very difficult to afford to live in the United States. I don't know what his citizenship status is. I would have assumed he was a U.S. citizen, but that isn't the only reason to leave the United States. You know, maybe he's a U.S. citizen. He couldn't afford medical care. I have no idea. He's living in Turkey. He was very, very sick at the World Senior Team Championship 2 years ago. And I don't know. The latest I've heard is that he's not doing well. He's not that old, but had very, very serious health issues. I'm not exactly sure. But it was weird because he moved to Turkey and he's totally not friends with Suat Adalik, which is kind of weird, you know. The only really well-known player who, I think they used to be friends, but had some kind of falling out. But to like move to Turkey and be on the outs with Adalik seems very strange, you know. He'd be like your go-to guy. If I moved to Turkey, I would be hanging out with Swat. I mean, I can't imagine going to Turkey, and if you can't hang out with Swat Adalik, I don't know who you can hang out with. Who knows what Yermo's deal is. Maybe he has a love interest. I have no idea. For sure, Turkey is better than living in the United States in terms of affordability. But it's kind of weird for like a Russian Jew to live in a Muslim country. I mean, I don't know. What do I know? You know, I'm just a frozen caveman lawyer. Russian Jew who immigrates from the Soviet Union, then moves to Turkey in his older days. Okay, Turkey it's not like Syria or something, but I mean, it's still basically a Muslim country. It's kind of weird, you know. Like, not a lot of Arabs moving to Israel. If you think about it. I just thought I was very surprised when I heard that Yermo's living in Turkey. Cosmetic surgery, maybe. Um, but seriously, if you got health issues, well, I think he was even struggling with health costs in Turkey. I mean, it's not free there either. Like Hungary, the state system is a disaster. He had problems. Yermo had problems in. Did I drop a pawn here? Jesus Christ, really? And that's reduced, and I dropped a pawn for nothing. Wow, that was dumb. I dropped a pawn for nothing. Oof. But I mean, dude, seriously, it's just weird. I mean, Yermo is like the classic story of like the guy who immigrated from the Soviet Union to find success in America, and then he like leaves and moves to Turkey. It's kind of crazy, you know. It's totally different than like my story. I'm here for a reason. For many reasons, really. I didn't just randomly move to Hungary. Been here many times. Have connections here. Blah, blah, blah. Nah, I can't believe I dropped this pawn, man. This is so stupid. How did that happen? You played knight h4? I have a great position. I'm totally better. And I just missed knight takes f5. Wow. Bro. It's terrible, Gina Rook. It's just embarrassing. They're not gonna be able to cover this up, forever. Every like the Democratic congressperson in the country is like on it, so they can deflect. It's gonna come back to get them. I don't think that there's gonna be a situation here that people just forget about what happened anymore. This is not gonna go away. It's not going to go away. The Republicans are disgusting. It's disgusting. They'll just sit there and do nothing while people are murdered. For me, it's not a partisan thing. But I mean, they're trying to tell you the Orwell is like literal Orwell stuff. Like, this didn't happen. You can't believe what you saw, They murdered the guy, shot him 10 times in broad daylight with people taking video. And they think they have impunity. It's unbelievable. It's dystopian, It's totally dystopian. It's beyond belief, The guy was a fucking ER nurse. An ER nurse, for the VA. Of all people. They murder innocent moms and VR nurses. Like the worst victim you could pick. Squeaky clean guy was trying to help people, legally carrying a weapon that he did not draw. Those guys should go to jail, and their leader should go to jail. Yeah. Is this new? New news. Innocent ER nurse murdered in Minneapolis by government criminals. Yes. The latest off the press as of yesterday. The United States is now Nazi Germany. Unbelievable. That could never happen in a civilized country other than the United States. The only civilized country where that could happen now. It could not happen in Germany or England or France or Spain or Italy without some kind of something happening. No democracy in the world where that could happen. It's unthinkable, Unthinkable. It's unbelievable, really. Okay, rook takes f5. Don't get me started. If you get me started in f8, I will have to resign. Dude, these guys they're a lot of neo-Nazis. If you're a neo-Nazi, it's like the perfect job. You get like $100,000 a year. plus bonuses, plus you get to carry a gun and assault people. It's like neo-Nazi dream, man. A lot of them are like January 6th rioters and shit. It's so easy to get the job. This one like liberal woman who's like a journalist applied just to see what would happen. And she even like smoked weed and took a drug test. And they like accepted her. She posted all about it. They didn't even like check her background to find out she's like a liberal journalist. She's a veteran, so she had like military background, and so they just didn't even vet her at all. Like anybody can get the job. Like whoever you knew who's a bully in high school who didn't graduate. It's just insane. It's just insane, man. I mean, I never thought that Orwell's 1984 would happen in the United States. It's like literally happening now. Calm down. It's just Davidov. I thought I had a plan here. D4 isn't gonna fly. Shit. Can't believe it. Alternate reality. People are asking me like, how did you know? How did you know to like leave the old Superman actor? Oh yeah. There was this guy who was protesting in Minneapolis, former NFL player, who was like a former Supreme Court justice in Minneapolis. He was a Minneapolis Viking. People know what's right and wrong. This shit's gonna meet justice eventually. But it's very possible that nothing gets resolved until November, when the Democrats take over for sure win the House. We can finally get some justice. But all of the administration should be in jail. Donald Trump, Hesgath, Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller. Not an exaggeration. J.D. Vance, they should all be in jail. They're all criminals. It's a totally criminal administration. They've broken so many laws and shit. It's beyond politics. It's not about party. This criminal, stuff we're talking about. I'm not speaking as a Democrat. Speaking as a human being and a citizen of the United States. They should all be in jail. Patel. Yeah, no, I mean, there's propaganda and stuff, so. You can try to create propaganda about pretty much anything. Can I take on D4? Should I? Perhaps the better question. Minor concession there by me. Yo, the guy from the FBI? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's just a complete moron. When you're a dictator and you want to appoint people to be like your cabinet ministers, it's important that you don't pick people who are competent. You know what I mean? It's very important. I mean, Trump intentionally picks like basically the most incompetent people to be in charge of the U.S. institutions. It's obvious. You have to pick people who are, totally incompetent, willing to do anything, whatever you say. No other American government in the history of the United States would ever come close to that kind of level of corruption and incompetence. It's totally mind-boggling. It's scary. I'm terrified. You know, what is happening to to my, to my country? You know, even I don't live in the United States. It's like I can't believe the shit is happening. And you never imagine it could be so bad. You know. It's hard to stop doom scrolling, though, Gina. It's hard to sleep at night. You just can't stop, like, reading articles about it and stuff. I can't stop. Alexander Shabalov told me, like, 2 years ago he likes Tulsi Gabbard. I'm like, dude, what's wrong with you? How can you be that good of a chess player and be so stupid? Maybe if you're, like, I don't know, working for the Russian government or something, you would like Tulsi Gabbard, or you just think she's attractive or something, but I don't get it, you know. That's a weird comment. I was like, what? How did that come up? I don't know how he even brought it up. It was weird. Somehow I just must have brought up politics and he threw that out there. I was like, okay, that's weird. Otherwise, you're okay, but that's just a weird thing to like. Her father is, well, Chess Ebert probably knows, you know, Tulsi Gabbard's father was a Democratic senator from Hawaii. I guess a decent guy. She grew up in a political family. But I think it's just a matter of, like, I don't know, you know, anybody can be a sensation in the Republican Party now. Looks like I'm just losing a pawn against Nefedov. Maybe not. Wow. I might have gotten lucky here. I might have gotten, like, tactically lucky to survive there. I didn't see that. I don't know anything about Hawaii politics, but just Hawaii 5-0. Hawaii 5-0 I know, but all right, Tomo Streinson. Trade queens or not trade queens? The eternal question. Probably I shouldn't trade queens, though my instinct is always to trade queens when I'm playing simuls. But I have a friend who's like, parents are really artsy and very liberal. His father's a painter, and they summer in like Provincetown, Massachusetts, like the gayest town on the East Coast, and they basically are liberal artists. And their son became like a right winger. I think it's like a revenge thing, you know, like all of your family are Democrats, so you become a Republican to kind of be a rebel or something like that. Probably that's what's up with Tulsi Gabbard. Although, you know, it's very hard if you're in the politics. It's hard to get successful. With the Republicans, you can instantly become successful if you're subservient enough. All right, let's trade rooks. Yeah, I got political. You guys are egging me on. I thought I was going to resign soon. I didn't mean to talk about politics. You know, this is not my goal. All right, so the time guy, master of time, master time. Where's he been lately? Rook takes a6. Whoops, almost didn't see that. Bishop d5. Nice. All right, I have no idea what's happening here. Well, this is Tipubat. Your a7 pawn is not long for this world, but I have this very bad feeling that it's trapped if I play bishop takes a7, b6. Okay, well, whatever. Fine. Be that as it may, I'm gonna just go on with my life here. Luckily against Nefedov, I didn't lose my e5 pawn. I have to say I didn't calculate this. You know, he got distracted by the politics, but beating a dead horse. so good for white now. This is like shooting a puppy. Little Christino, I'm joking. Nothing political in the Simul description. I know, right? It's not political. That's the point. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyone who says it's political is wrong. If you think that, like, standing up for human rights and democracy is political, well, I need a new definition of political in that case. We're talking about parties. Political views. Yeah, maybe that's one thing, but not what I'm talking about. Wow. Another great move by white. For something new and totally different. I am going to offer a trade of queens here. But actually, you know, he can't. He can. He can take on b7. Yeah, that's bad. I don't want him taking on b7. If I let my pawn structure go, that's also a problem. What's wrong with b5? Nothing. Of course b5. Why would I play queen b5? b5. And Milan, you're the other Hungarian? Offer to draw? Popular. Draw first are popular, but not this position. Okay, queen takes. Looks like I'm losing a pawn, but I think I can survive. What should I do? I was thinking about attacking the c4 pawn. Maybe that's the simplest thing to do. Just pick it off. Wait. Takes, okay. Yeah, I don't really want to open the G file. Knight takes h6 is possible, but then what? Knight h6, castle's queen side, and the h file. Knight h6. I mean, I get what I deserve here. I'm worse, and I've been worse because of the stupid tactic I missed. He doesn't have to play f4, though. Does seem a little impatient. Torture. Torture central. Fine, whatever. You're threatening me? Are you threatening me? Wait. Maybe I want to keep d6 protected. A lot of options. I mean, bishop b7, okay. I don't know if I want to trade, but I mean, the bishop doesn't exist, so I'm probably better off doing this than not doing it. Dude, my queen. What? What did I do? I did c3 and hung a queen? Oh my god. That's pretty dumb. Wow. I didn't realize my queen was under attack. Okay, sometimes we do stupid stuff. I'm sorry. I dropped my queen. Yeah, spaced. Sometimes I do spacey things because it's 25, 21 boards, whatever. There I did it again. I almost did it again. I'm about to do it again. I was about to drop a queen two games in a row. That's crazy. Double queen drop. Wow. really annoying me, man. How does this work? Bishop takes. God damn it. Alright. Rook f6. How many rooks do I have? How many rooks am I holding up? Morales is low on time. Yeah, I think we want to keep this as simple as possible. Almost dropped 2 queens. That was so stupid. He attacked my queen with knight d4. I think I saw it at first. Actually, maybe not. I don't think I ever realized my queen was attacked when black played knight d4. I just didn't really see my queen was on e2. I don't know where I thought it was. But the question was to take on d4 or play c3. I finally decided I like c3 better without looking at the position to see my queen is under attack. That's so stupid. Imagine most chess players are human. I'm very human. Speaking of bishops, we might have some tactics for you. Yeah. A pawn is very annoying. Is, was, will be. I'll take that draw now. How is Efidov miraculously saving his knight here? I never have a good exchange sack. Wait, what was your last move? Well, first you attacked my pawn. Now I have knight c4. What's wrong with knight c4? Whoa. From the UK. Straight to your living room. Pavel Nefedov. Also from the UK. Ook. Just trading my pieces here. Raduslaw. Now we play g4 and pray. Simple as that. Not letting Captain Drynson get out of this. Not today. It would be awesome if I played bishop d4 and lost my queen. He's so praying for that. So I can see tactics when I have to. d4 looks like a useful move. And that pawn is mine. Nice try with the draw offer, though. You do have f5. I don't like f5. Okay, bishop a6. Tripled pawns are better than no pawns. Bad plan. Someone famously said a bad plan is better than no plan at all. I don't agree. You know, I think that's a lie. Bad plans are not better than no plan at all. Sometimes no plan at all is accidentally better than a bad plan. Chaos. Did anybody watch the final episode of Stranger Things? Chaos is good chaos and bad chaos. Maybe it's true. Sometimes good chaos. Bishop takes d3 is annoying though. Then you dominate my knight on g3. d6 hangs a knight. So I just shouldn't move my knight. Why do I want to move my knight anyway? Pretty stupid idea. Rook f4. Now I can play bishop d4 without losing to like a crushing tactic. Why would you want to play such a move? Nefidov. Is this exchange attack ever going to work? I think it would work at some point, just when? Takes, h3, knight h6, snap. Aha. Nice move by Aaron. And I'm not a big fan of this situation. King up, rook up, rook up. We can't put his knight on c5 and have his rook on c5 at the same time. There is another problem though. This is not going to be easy, but maybe there's some way to save this. I have rook down, rook active, rookathon. No, I have rook a3. But only under certain circumstances. Shit. This is not easy. Active play. Let's see. Rook b5, very good move by white. Feels like black should have enough counterplay here, but I have to be accurate. Need to get my king up. Rook b7 is a problem. I can't drop any more pawns. Too many pawns already. Shit. Very ugly, but maybe I have to play rook a7. Extremely strange and ugly move. What do you menace? Yeah, obviously. e4, you cannot be allowed to play e4. Under any circumstances. Cannot be allowed to play a4. Now I can play a knight move, but which one? Now g3, what does it do? Attacks f5. Okay, pawn takes pawn, bishop takes d3. Maybe I can equalize, but I'm not better. But I might have to satisfy myself with equal here. I don't know if I was ever really better. I think that Nefidov, sorry. Morales played a good game. As usual. Aha. Tricky move. The last of the last. Right, I know. What? Oh my god. You can take the a6 pawn. Because b4, queen a4 check. Sensei is 100% calculation based. Wow. That kind of sucks. Alright. And speaking of other threats, Sinus snag. Can we not do that, please? Not do that and say we did. I had to sack this exchange against Nefedov. Couldn't resist. His knight is so bad on h6. Dude, what? Very concerning move. Check. Thomas sacked the exchange, but I don't really think he has enough for it. Seems insufficient grounds for sacrificing there. I don't understand. I didn't drop any pieces or anything. Why didn't he take on d4? Why would Morales d3? I mean, why would Morales not take the pawn on d3? Isn't that kind of strange? I don't understand. Like, I'm suspicious. Why would he not take the pawn on d3? Does anyone understand? That seems very strange. Okay. Fine. Good. I'm glad you didn't take it. You think you're still fine? Anyway? You didn't have obligation to take that? Okay. What is Nefedov doing? Bishop c1. I guess he's guarding b5. I don't want to play bishop c1. Then e6. Interesting move. This doesn't work. That's good, it doesn't work. Not at all. Not even remotely. Okay. Knight b3. See, now he can't have both pieces. I think he should have played knight d3? Why not knight d3? Knight b3 looks like a mistake. I need to play like king f7. Bishop b6, a4, c4, bishop d4. So hard to decide. Wow, okay, you're threatening rook g5 check. I guess. Okay, that's an interesting move. Does it work? How does it menace? King. Maybe I should just... Jesus Christ. This doesn't look good. Alright, I don't know what else to do. Whoa. The bolt from the blue. Emergency. Of course he has that. Oof, fuck. Oh man. That's very unfortunate. I pulled my knight off of c4. Major blunder. What would the anachronism be here? Nefyonov always gets lucky. N-A-G-L. Nagel. It's like Taco Trump. Nagel Nefyonov. Nefyonov always gets lucky. Nageldov. Snaggledorn. Okay, how bad is it? Draw. Thank you, Nefyonov. See, why does Nefyonov always get lucky? Why doesn't, for example, why doesn't Morales always get lucky? Why is it always Nefyonov? Snaggledorf. Oh, fuck. You have that move. That's kind of a disaster. I have G3 though. Thing is, like, might be better. It might be better to take on E2. Allow rook takes G4 check. Jesus, this is not a very good idea. King H7, rook takes G4. I think I have to play G3. Wait, what? Nefyonov always gets lucky. Nagel. NaGl. It's like NaCl. Sodium chloride, but it's NaGl. NaCl is Nefyonov always gets salty. Similar, but not the same. Maybe putting my king on a light square would be a good idea. I should have done it against Nefy too. You still have a knight on h6, bro. Whatever goes down here. Are you threatening me? Maybe? You are. 2 pawns down. Wow. He doesn't take the free pawn. That is insane. Okay. So what do I do? Fine. do what I have to do. We do what we have to do, right? Trap his rook. Trap his fucking rook. Greedy sinus. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. Greed is God. Greed is God. Oh no. What? As I said earlier, one key to that position. Greed is God, God is greed. Whoa, King E8. He saw that. King E8, bleep, bleep, bleep. Might be able to survive this. Might. Not ideal. King E8 sucks. I have to play Rook E8. Wow, Nefedov with a random Queen A5 out of the blue. Blues Clues. Random move syndrome. This is fucking weird, dude. Taktidov. Taktidov the Tactiderm. Taktidov sees every kind of tactic. Tactildov. All these tactics for Tactildov. Mate. Where's my mate? Well, there is something that's kind of a bummer. Losing my rook with check would be a bummer. Tactical Nactildov. C3. That's ugly. Ugly but legal move. Would control a central square. He's out of the blue with Queen A5, C4. Where are these moves coming from? Rook A2. Rook E2, excuse me? Excuse me? So, Rook H5. Oh my god. Oh my god, please don't do that. Oh my god. It's another amazing move. Another amazing move. We should be okay here. But I can't believe I'm not better. So having the bishop here is not an advantage, apparently. Wow. That's disturbing. Tactilov. Sorry. Excuse me. So, oh, I have King G6 now. Wow. This is suddenly looking good. It's suddenly looking good. I have King G6, double rooks on the E file, and I'm winning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is too good to be true. Yes, you found that. Okay. Bishop F6. Bishops are stronger than knights. Last I heard. Right? Big threat. There's a rook check. Okay, but we're on the loose now. White actually has to be careful. So he messed this up. He had to be winning somehow. Aaron. Oh, wow. Rook sack. Well, what am I going to do? To take back. Tactilopolis. Tactile dove. Bishop c1. It's a funny move. It might not be that bad. Multiple pronged move. Now he's got a good move there. We're gonna have to do something now. I might later regret. The bishop, I guess, has to go to c3. Good thing I did all those puzzles yesterday. I can't calculate my way out of a paper bag. Oh, you're guarding that square. That's disturbing. Maybe I should play king f6 then. I'm only one pawn down. You have no checks and your pawns are all isolated. Yeah, I'm not going to give you that. So what's this about? I'm like winning. Okay, king f4 doesn't work, obviously. Maybe I'm not winning. Yeah, maybe I'm not winning. But I'm better. I have to be better. So now I take the pawn. Which way? With a rook or with a knight? With a knight, no? Definitely with a knight. That's heading toward a draw. Peoplebot was worse, but I'm not sure that she was ever lost. Very likely not ever that bad. Now my time's getting a little low. Not super thrilled about that. Correct. So it's possible this is like very hard to win. Maybe impossible is another word you might want to deploy. King e4 is interesting. My rooks are awkward. Okay. Keep it simple. Always keep it simple. C4. G5. Now it's outside pawn. Now with more outside pawns. Wait. Knight f3. Rook h5, pawn h5. Be afraid. tile. How's your knight? You've got a knight? Well, I don't know if that's really a knight. Is that a knight? Are you sure? Wow, another sack is on the way. Check. Didn't I move? Had about enough of this. Had enough of you. Oh. What's up? Welcome to outside pawn land. Hmm. Whoa. You forked me. Fork you. No, you don't want to trade rooks. That's not fair. Not fair. Wow. Greedy. Greedy dove. Greedy dove grabbing pawn. Holy shit. Mm-hmm. My position is symmetrical. This is so weird, right? Look at this. It's like a little spider. Perfect symmetry. I challenge you to I challenge anyone to achieve that, you know. How can you make a spider? There's no way you can achieve that position if you try. But his king is so passive. Don't I have like rook down? Maybe I can force the draw. I guess I should force the draw. Jamal Strickland always gets lucky. No. That's another player. Mm-hmm. I guess I can play knight d3. Which didn't occur to me, but you have rook c6 check there. Always has rook c6. I'm gonna do it this way. So what do I do now? c6. Uh-huh. No, I do that, probably. I can try to lose. Rook c8, rook g6. It's a weird position. It's almost like I'm paralyzed. Very strange. C6. Takes. Yeah, it's a mistake, probably. Yeah, I don't know what to do. It looks like I'm, like, worse. That's bad. Okay, I have to go for it. No half measures here. Half measures. Broken down. Oh shit. You're down a pawn, man. Girl, lady, person. What do I do? No way. No way. Nagel. Make Nefedov great again. No political messages here. Nagel, nagel, nagel. Okay. I just realized you had that move. But it's okay. Oh, black dropped a piece. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. T. Pubat. Losing a theoretical pawn. Theoretically losing a pawn. T. Pubat for your bunghole. You didn't defend C2? What? You don't want to draw? He doesn't want to draw. You want to lose. So you want to lose. You're telling me. You literally want to lose. Okay. Totally up to you. Nefedov blundered. Nefedov always blunders. Nab. A theoretical draw is a theoretical draw. You think it's still a draw. Now you want to draw. Now you want to draw. Now you're down a pawn. And I ruined my spider. Okay. I've lost one. I hung my queen. I'm gonna stay active. Almost got me there. Nice try. It almost worked. Well, I can't take. I can take on H2 though. Kind of greedy. Should I take on H2 check? This is weird. I feel like it should be a draw anyway. Oh my god. What the hell is that? No, you're not allowed to go over there. Sorry, not today. It's a draw. Correct. But I have this symbolic pawn advantage. I just want to assert my chess dominance. Okay, we got it. Thomas is rusty. Thomas's rusty furniture. Wow. Queen takes. Whoa. Only one way to skin this proverbial cat. Yeah, we gotta pray. No, first of all, we gotta get our pawn going. Pawn going. Pawn going, it's a pawn going. How does this work? 2 rooks is better than 1. Mm-hmm. Pawn going story. I don't know, I'm getting low on time there. In danger. You're serious. I did not pay attention to his last move. Oh my god. I could have just played d5. This is remarkably stupid. So now I'm gonna try to lose this rook in game where you decline to draw for no reason. Oh my god. He was worse, declined to draw by repetition, of course, because that makes sense. Yo, that's the idea. Wish I had seen that last move. Yo, check first, obviously. Like, religiously refuses to move pawns. It's against my religion to move pawns. I want to collect the pawns. Yo, of course, of course. Am I mated yet? All rookie games are draws. Sensei and his brother Sensei. Right, okay. Forgot what I was trying to do there. Yeah. Alright, this game, you see, that's what I'm talking about. When you're clear piece down, resign. Thanks, Thomas. Good game. We'll have a quick review of games when we're done. Check. Always check it might be mate. It's a move. It's a legal move. Check. And mate. Mate is legal. Legal tender moves. H5. Which is also legal. Oh no, it's an A-pawn. Look out. Yeah, I guess Rook H4 was a mistake in retrospect. How is this not mate? We got mated. He got mated because he refused to accept a draw. Stubborn. You are a stubborn dude. In relation to Snedsteg. Speaking of stubborn, dude will not resign. So white played rook e8 here, but if king g2, king h7, rook f8, rook takes c7, rook takes f5. I think I might be lost there. Maybe I'm still lost, but I don't know now. Probably not. Oh my god, I thought it was mate. I didn't even know what your move was. I didn't even see your move. That's so weird. I never imagined it was possible to play rook d3. So he's like trying to lose in a weird way, but doesn't really want to lose. He doesn't really want to draw. I'm mated or I'm not mated. This is so weird. Oh. Should be a draw. I don't know how many more like hallucinations I can have in the same game. Really strange. Very bizarre. 17th hallucination I had in this game. Where do you keep coming up with these weird moves? It's crazy that I'm going to lose this. I can lose all equal rooking games. Now you take the pawn. A7, that was fast. I couldn't play this rooking game any worse, honestly. Also, he was worse. Sensei was like clearly worse going into the rooking game. Totally outplayed me from worse position. There's no way White should even be anywhere near winning this game. He was worse, absolutely. Now you have Bishop F4. Holy fuck, dude. I just resigned. I mean, it's like hopeless. Also, endgame. Genius. He's played genius game by my opponent. Maybe a mistake to resign right away. I hope I should try like one last trick. I might be able to play Rook H8. There. There's a small chance I could play Rook H8, sack the Rook on F4, and push. So it was a mistake to resign. Although objectively I'm probably lost. I shouldn't have resigned right away. I had one more trick to play for. Okay, latest question I don't understand, because I understand like no moves in the last... Yeah, he didn't move yet. That's a draw. Oh, okay. I don't know why he thought so long on C3, because it seems like fairly obvious. This is also a draw. Dude, you almost tricked me. Oh my god, he moved up. I didn't even notice. I'm not seeing, like... I'm just not seeing the moves, you know. I should really verify what people play. Alright, we're back to the other side. This is a draw. Fabrication about the victim? No. No, Gina Rook. This one is just too bad, though. There's no way. You know, this is like... You can't do the Epstein files with this. Killing a mom in her car. You know, she had, you know... She also, I mean, that also was murder. Very, but not as brutal as this. Well, actually, yeah, it was. But the video evidence wasn't as damning. Not quite as damning. Yeah. 1984. No, it's just, come on, bro. Somebody's gonna pay for this. It may take 3 years. It might take, 6 months, but I'd like to see Kristi Noem end up in jail. That would be fucking awesome. Puppy murderer. Ice Barbie. Alright. The provocateur manages to continue to confuse and deflect. Well, I'm miraculously avoiding any kind of negative impact here. It's fucking unbelievable. I'm not even down any material. You know, it's ridiculous. His king's on A3, and I'm worse. It's like, are you kidding me? Another game that should be a theoretical draw. But it's like, White just keeps gambling and gambling and gambling and gambling every time, looking like they're worse. I missed something. This has to be a draw. Well, keep the distance. Maximum checking distance from the back and from the side. It's technically black's best move. You know, keep max distance. Rook A1. Over the left, back. Many moves will draw here for black, but this is best. I can't believe with this king position, there's any question here that white could be winning. But he keeps surprising me. Okay, so this is, well, obviously a draw. Not sure there's any reason to check, but yeah, there is. Yeah, I should check. Check and take. Check and take. Alright, that will be a draw. Though he can continue to play, you know, with some weird moves, but... You have to apologize. Well, that's what I want you to feel guilty. It makes me feel better for my bad play. I should be apologizing, not you. So there... Wait, what? Oh my goodness. What? Rook down? Okay. There. 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 This is close. You know, I don't know. This is all calculation. It might be a draw, it might be lost. I'm not sure. Basically. You better apologize and subscribe. Please apologize and subscribe and come again. You didn't get lucky. Well, Gina Rook, you were probably worse, but I don't think you ever lost. King A6 with a subtle threat. Uh-huh. Wait, F3? If it's F3, it's for me. I have F3. Why not F3? Check? Okay, whatever. Better apologize. Why don't they ever have a threat? Can someone explain that to me? It's so weird. Maybe D4? F6 check D5. D4 takes. takes. F6 checks d5. d4 takes. 6 king takes. Yeah, it's probably okay. Get rid of those double pawns. No. 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 I think it's a draw. Then again, famous last words. You can't shoulder me here, brah. Although, you know, it's interesting. I have tricks. King d4. Rook b8. Rook h1. It's probably not a good idea. Rook a8, king b7, take, king d4. King b7, e5, king c6, e4. Check, king d3, king d5, e3. Check, king d2, king e4, e2. Check, king d1. Is it going to be a knight thing where I have to make a knight to draw? Luddon has followed. Anthony May has followed. Guys, big donations today. Thank you so much. So, e5 is bad. King d4, rook b8, rook h1, a8 queen, rook a8 check, king b6, rook takes a8, rook takes a8, e5. Probably doesn't matter. I feel like I should be lost. Now white is actually going to go down a pawn for a moment. It's still a draw. Good game. Still a draw. Rook b8. Aha, that's a weird move. It's the principle of the thing. No way I can lose that. Yeah, I saw that. Oh my god. This is a draw. This is a draw, but he decided to play it in the most exciting possible way. Lucky you. You were never lost. Good game. Sip. Yatik. Ujesh. Next is the shoulder. I'll have a shoulder of beef, please. Have a shoulder. I'll take a shoulder, please. The H and F pawns are notably the best in rook in games. Very special pawns. Special pawns for special people. king position, that doesn't matter. King position doesn't matter. Shoulder and boulder. I think I'm losing. Actually, I'm not sure. I should be losing. That's correct. I'm one tempo. I'm one tempo too slow. Just a terrible example of horrible play by me. Just embarrassingly bad in that endgame. Where's my rook? I have no rook. It's my rook. There's my rook. Your brother rook in game. King centralization is very important. This is a win. No relation between these two players, right? Well, maybe. They seem awfully similar. What if Sensei and Sinus are the same player? It's like a new cult. It's a Scandinavian cult. They have exactly the same rating. I mean, pretty much. That was awful. I mean, I don't mind, like, getting crushed the whole game, but I don't like losing simple endgames that shouldn't have been lost, you know. I do that a lot. That I shouldn't. I consider myself a decent endgame player, but sometimes I look really bad. Pretty bizarre. That sucks. Alright. 3 losses, 3 draws, and 1 last game. If I can lose that one, I can lose this one too. Yeah, again, like, weird move. Feels like White every once in a while does a move that you don't expect, like he's trying to lose, and then I just still mess it up. I guess ultimately it's a draw. If it's a draw, it's a draw. So rook in front of pawn. General rules say do not place the rook in front of pawns, but he constantly does the opposite of what you would think would be a rational thing to do. If you're expecting a move, Sinus almost is the opposite. Alright. Last game. We have a new last game player. Make him feel guilty, guys. Thanks for the donation. We got $5 from Thomas Reinson. And that's a real donation. Gift subs, a couple gift subs from Masturbate. Raking them in. Two gift subs from Masturbate. Used to be our big stream, but things have been slow lately. Nils is back. That's an old message. Okay. Should I play faster? You just play, man. No, play your game. I mean, if you don't play faster, you're gonna lose on time, but I don't mind. We don't rush you here. I don't rush people, I mean. There's no obligation for the single player who's remaining to play faster. The only thing I ask is that when people are watching, they don't suggest moves, because sometimes that happens. Yeah, well, I can mess it up too. I mean, I've been assuming pretty much for a long time that this was a draw. If there's any justice, where there isn't justice in the world, obviously, if you see what's happening in the States, there may be a justice eventually. Sometimes justice is very, 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 very long and coming. But if there's justice in chess, this game should be a draw. We both should have had a draw. It was equal. He was a little bit better. It was an interesting idea in the opening to play d6, which I think I did something wrong, because I don't remember that ever happening before, although I don't think it was that dangerous. You're not suggesting moves. Yeah, you're the one who always does it, right? I didn't say it because you were here. Redusa, that was just for everybody. I didn't say it because of you, you know. I know you did that before, but that wasn't my intention. So anyway, D3 does not look great. D3, H6, D2, Rook D8. Do have Rook D3 there. Takes, H7, Queen, Queen. I actually like go a pawn down in the Queen endgame. This is a weird situation where I just, again, I don't understand how I could possibly be worse. His rook is in front of the pawn. King has always been worse than my king. It's so strange. Can't be worse. The king d3 is interesting. Go in front of the pawn of the king. Kings are not rooks. I think everything should be a draw. Block my own pawn with my king. Alright, let's do it. I don't know, I ran out of ideas. I'm not trying to win even at this point. I just want the game to be over, and I hope that I can at least not lose. I don't think really either side should ever lose here. It's pretty bad. No, I mean, I literally thought I was mating you in one move, and I didn't see you could play Rook D3. That's pretty stupid. It's pretty crazy, you know? I feel like I'm losing this too. Wait. Wait. There's gotta be a way I can lose this position. I'm sure I can. Pretty hard to do, though. I refuse to play passively. Maybe his king is more centralized than mine now. King's situation, just ridiculous in this game. I mean, when I play king d6, I was going to play king c6, but I thought, oh, king d6 is better. I'm not sure that king d6 was better. If I had seen it's not forced mate, I would have played a completely different way. I played the move and I think it's mate in one. I mean, it's insane. Rook takes check. king c5. Oh, that's surprised. Well, now I guess it's getting clearer. I thought you were going to play king c5. I thought it was my move. That's how confused I am. That's pretty fucked up. I literally thought it was my move. I don't even know whose move it is, you know. Okay, I'm a little tired. I slept 8 hours, but I don't know. I'm not in the best physical condition. It's been icy cold here for like a month and a half, and at least a month or so. I have hardly exercised except for the treadmill, and my legs are aching, and I need to like go for walks, get moving around, and I just haven't gone anywhere because it's like so freezing all the time. I don't live in Scandinavia. I'm not used to the cold, and I used to live in Boston. It was like this, but I was younger then. But I just have been like not moving much, and feel like my energy's not so good. Energy check. This is your brain on draws. He has 3 legal moves. Which will he pick? King a6, like the least likely. You hate centralizing your king. That's the last move I would play, but it's fine. It's all a draw. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Draw is draw. Literally doesn't matter where you put your king. All I know is that he's never gonna not stop fighting. Double negative. I want better king position. I demand it. And your brother, you know, you can't shoulder me there. Cut me off from the pawn. Got me, man. Got me now. But Sensei had a better deal. The pawn wasn't as far advanced. Draw now? No way. Wait, I'm going to take a draw here. I have no losing chances. I'm claiming no losing chances. Why would I take a draw now? I have nothing to lose. Look, I'm threatening the queen. I can beat him with queen versus rook. Look. Lets me queen, I can win. I'm playing for a win. I'm serious. I have to queen now. Check me again. No check. Alright. That was just pure entertainment. Clip that, Asterbait. We'll make a YouTube short. It'll get 1 million views. How to play with queen against rook when the pawn is on the 7th rank. Guys, hit the like button. Alright. Man. So, little overview. 14 wins, 4 draws, 3 losses. One was a really dumb blunder where I dropped the queen. Okay, thanks for the games, guys. Quick review. I don't know how to play against d6 in opening. I don't know what you were talking about. But what I'm confused about is this. Is knight f7 the right move? It is. Okay. It is. Bishop f6, e takes f6, knight takes e4. Oh, I'm supposed to play bishop e4 check. No, this is the standard line. I didn't know this was the move. It's so weird, you know? I mean, I must have played this, like, sorry. I must have played this, like I said, against Lawyer Times like a million times. He never played d6. Why is that white's only move in this position? So anything else and you're worse? Wow. That's what I said. I don't know the theory, but I still don't think that black has any problem here. I mean, the problem is giving up your dark square bishop. Like, you don't really have compensation for that. So maybe the c6 is better. But it's risky, you know? I don't know. Okay, so this is theory. I didn't know that. That's interesting. People have played queen e6, which doesn't do well. My move is probably best. I'm just not afraid of this endgame, you know? But I mean, black can never win. It's extremely safe for white. So my rook b8 is like engine number 1 move. Played by Lamy. I mean, of course, both of these games, Gennady Timoshenko, the old Timoshenko, or the new Timoshenko. That's the new Timoshenko. He's actually on the front lines in Ukraine, I think, the guy. I don't know. He's in Ukraine. He's fighting for the Ukrainians. I played him in Philadelphia in around that time, 96, 97. Once he brought a letter for me from Hungary. All right, so rook b8, knight f3 here. No talking politics. Yeah, Lamy played a6 here. It's a weird move, you know. I would play b6 for sure. That's my intention. I don't understand a6. Why are you putting your pawns on the wrong color? And king d8 is fine. It's a totally equal position. So anyway, then the blunders started to happen. I was never worse. Okay, I was never really worse. It looks like you were lost at one point. After rook f4. I don't know why, but rook g4 wins for black. But why? Oh fuck, your rook's trapped. Oh my god. The rook gets trapped. Yeah, but I mean, you know, you confuse me with rook. This is a stupid move, yeah. I mean, I didn't even see you played rook f6. That's why I hung my g-pawn. I totally hung my g-pawn. I didn't even see the move you made. You know, I didn't remember what you played. So this is just where it gets stupid. I mean, it should be a draw, dude. This is a total draw. None of that's blunders and stuff should have happened. I did manage to get an advantage again, but it's all an illusion, I think. I thought you were mated. This is so stupid. King c6 is actually better than king d6. Had I seen that you know, I don't want to block my d-pawn. Had I seen I'm not mating you in one, I would play king c6. Anyway, all right. So that's something interesting. I didn't know that was really the main line. Jeroen played the bird. Then he turned into a stone wall. And here, I would normally play c5, as I have played in other games. But I decided to say, what if you play knight c6? Because some player can't, well, they can't play d5. And if they play like c4, I have this square for my knight. Dudas János, my current teammate in the Hungarian Team Championship. c4. Anyway, so you did what? You did c4. Okay. János or somebody? No, somebody else played knight b4. I'm not sure I want to do that unprovoked. You know, so e5. And this is the same thing that happened the other game. Black is better. I think white's kind of overextended. That's an old game. Probably for Saturday. Because I played János in 1997. And he was already an IM. He's a strong player. He was stronger than me. Already in IM by 97. And was one of the toughest players. If it's the same guy, I think it is. So there could be another dude Asyan, but basically Hungarian. So e5 is good and we're already better. He lost the game, but I mean, I don't like white's position here. You can't play the stonewall against everything. I mean, sometimes you have to adapt. So I don't really like d4. You know, it does have a good score here, I guess, but okay, after d4, what do you... Bishop d3 is maybe wrong. I don't know. I don't know. You know, I don't know. Glazerov, see? Glazerov, Glazerov. Glazerov. It's the Dutch guy. Yeah, I guess it's playable. It's not that bad. But white has to be very careful not to overextend. And what Jeroen did here wasn't good. You know, the structure is just bad. Senseg with the... Oof. My God. Look at this. Senseg, 3 inaccuracies, 2 mistakes, 2 blunders. Sparkle Horse, 2 inaccuracies, 1 mistake, 4 blunders. Yeah, that's what Tipu Bot was saying. I outblundered you 4-2. But the opening is like ridiculous, bro. G4? What is that? How can you play G4? G4 is mental. G4 is unbelievable. No one in their right mind plays G4. When you play G4, I'm like, this is a total beginner or something. Which was weird because I thought to play F4, to know F4 is pretty advanced, actually. But G4 is insane. You know, who plays G4 here? This is insane. 4 pawns attack. Speaking of 4 pawns attack, coffee house chess, H5 and black is fine, you know? And then to make it even weirder, white played bishop e2. I'm like, this is a 1200 playing white. But then I find out it's Snedsteg, who's supposed to be 2100. So it's like he was trolling me in the opening to make himself look like a bad player or something. I don't know how else to explain it. I can't explain it. I can't explain how humans invented a microwave without UFO technology being involved. I can't explain that. You know, I'm just a caveman. These little demons come out and they go in the microwave and they make your coffee hot. But how did they get there? You know? How does Snedsteg play like a 1200 and then be 2100 3 moves later, you know? I'm like, how are you the same person? This is insane what white's doing here. You're trading off my bad bishop, you have a bad structure, you're overextended, and then I lose. Unbelievable. This is crazy. You know, I can't believe how lucky you are. I never got my knight off of h6. If I just play knight f5, first of all, I mean, dude, what is wrong with me? You know, I played c5. But why don't I just play knight f5 first? It's a double attack, man. You're, like, lost immediately. Okay, knight f3. You can play knight f3. Can I take on h4? I'm better, but it's not an automatic win. But yeah, I mean, this is insane. This is insane. You know, I got so overconfident here because I thought white was like an 1100. And then I like suddenly realized, like, holy shit, I'm not better anymore. You know, what happened? This is unbelievable. He escapes, like, with almost minimum damage. He has, like, almost all of his hit points. He's regenerated. He got away with murder. And then I gave him my bishop. I'm still better. And he starts harassing me. And I'm still better. I'm afraid, though. And then I hang my a6 pawn. Drop my a6 pawn. For no reason whatsoever. And I trade queens, and it's a draw. So what am I supposed to play? Castle. I'm a little reluctant to castle here. But I forgot that I'm threatening b4. No, honestly, I thought castles. I didn't think about it. No, I mean I thought you had queen takes b5, and I didn't see what I had. I mean, I have d4, and I win a piece. Fuck. If I had been able to calculate like one move deep, I would have seen it, you know. But this is obviously, I was upset because I hung a6. So then a series of bad moves. It's a draw. This is a draw. This is totally a draw, right? And now here's where it started. At this point, the only way, I mean, I'm better. I have a better structure. I have a 4 on 2. Your pawns are retarded on the queen side. You know, I should just go king d7, king c6 right away. Or maybe even just rook a h2. Threatening rook f4, by the way, and tying you down to a2. Very hard for white to meet that. You know, you might have to be very lucky to save this game. Rook a2, h2. Rook a1, threatening a4, and rook takes a4. Wow. And then your rook defends the f-pawn from the side. But if you're not a computer, it's not that easy. But I blundered this, allowing you up and into b4. I'm like, oh my god. This isn't happening, you know. Another blunder. I'm even in time, and it's totally draw. This is total draw. Black is better. Now you find like only move c4. Here I'm not sure which way I should take. And again, underestimating and lack of sense of danger is the most horrible thing, you know. This is an unlosable position for black. If I played this in a tournament game, I would literally lose 0% of the time. I would never lose this position. But the thing is, when you have this idea that you're fine and there's nothing that can go wrong, you know, and you played great after that. D takes c4, rook e4, super move. Miracle move, and now I blunder again because I'm frustrated and sick of this game. Rook h4 is the dumbest move ever. Just does nothing. Anything is better than rook h4. King b6 is better than rook h4. I don't know. Doesn't do anything. There's no threat. They're taking with check, and I'm better off going to b6. It's a dead draw. So I put my king away from the pawn, letting you have like a clear passer here. And suddenly after a4, g5, I'm in danger. Check. It's just one after another bad moves. I don't know why I go to e4 instead of d4. The demons in the microwave made me do it. So only king d4 is a draw. King e4 loses. King e4 loses. F takes g5. Black is lost. And if king d4, what's the difference? Well, I'm on this pawn, which I think is important. I'm also on his rook, so there's tactical things. Takes, and then here. He has an a pawn. It's not a great pawn. I'm threatening rook b1 check. So even this was a draw, but it's not that easy, you know. But I was so pissed at how bad I played. All right, Morales, uneventful, perfect game. Nice. Almost perfect game. Morales made 2 inaccuracies, supposedly, although I don't really agree. Great game, Morales. I was joking about what Jabava would do, right? So f takes e5 isn't best. Wow. I'm supposed to play knight f3. Aha, you can't take on f4. That's well known. Then you have to play f6, right? Or bishop g4. So I forgot. This is not great. It's totally equal. Okay, good game. Just a quick look. Semyon left the game in a slightly worse position. No. I was slightly worse. I was slightly better. Yeah. He left the game. Very bad. Bad form. Thomas Trainson, rusty. Very rusty today. But you shouldn't do this, you know. Come on. Tomas, no, you can't do the same-ish Nimzo with black. A tempo down. It's already like a risky line for white. Doing it with black is out of the question. If you want to play this position, I think you have to prevent the doubling of pawns here. This is forced. Maybe you could consider like g6 or something, but I'm not playing a6 and giving white a tempo in addition to getting a bad structure. Very bad idea. Never do that. Okay, Nefedov lost. Strangely, Nefedov never blunders. He was totally winning. This was a surprise to me that this is so back and forth. I didn't realize I was that much better against Nefedov. And I thought I might be better, but I pulled my knight off of c4. Very weird thing happened. I almost guessed this was Nefedov too, but I didn't. So this tactic thing, it's all a fly-by-night operation. Tactic Dov. I was lucky this works for me. I missed e4. I thought you were okay here. I miscalculated this entirely. So I ended up playing an awkward move. And now you missed d4. And now I'm lucky I'm okay. And now we have an advantage. Refuse to trade for the knight on e4. Your knight is awkward. And then the rook sack is good. So my speculative rook sack was good. Rook takes f5. He takes f5. Here. 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 And now here. And I totally missed the plot now. Totally missed the plot. It's almost like Nefedov saw the future. Like he knew I was going to play knight e3. Well, I mean, he could play b5 and drive me off of the c4 square. But black is toast here because of that knight on h6. Even though I'm down the exchange, it's so bad that black is clearly worse. But I don't know exactly how to deal with b5. Maybe I should just move my king, you know, so it's in a safer place. So h2, I guess. You could also play king h1. But I mean, h2 protects the g3 pawn. I don't know. This might be relevant if I go like push. If I play king h2, I mean, it looks like Nefedov's in trouble. He's in big trouble. Nefedov always gets lucky. Nagel. Sean Nagel. But this is nice. After this move, he comes up with c4. It's almost like he saw the future. And I missed that I could play b takes c. I thought I was in trouble after this. Queen b6. So apparently this is okay for me. Wow. Nefedov with a semi-bluff. But he has counterplay. Man. But it got worse. What am I supposed to play? You know? Unbelievable. I have to not panic, but I panicked. Queen a5 out of the blue. Boom, you're hitting this. You're hitting a2. Grabbing my a2 pawn. And now Nefedov is winning. Now if he trades queens, I thought you'd have some f4 at some point. Not now, obviously. But it is a line. So for example, queen c1 check, king h2, f4. I thought this would make sense after your other move, c4, Pavel. It would be aesthetic to play the pawn sacrifice f4, right? You'd have like symmetrical pawn sacrifices to infiltrate my position. Very beautiful, no? Then the bad knight becomes a great knight with knight f5. You had no knowledge of how to play this opening, uh-huh. Yeah, a lot of people, Duchess or Bird is hard to play against if you're not used to it. Aaron, good game today. I was winning? What? I was winning at the end somehow? Are you kidding? Wow. So he was winning. But that was obvious. Here I thought knight d3. It is. Knight d3 is better. Aaron was winning. So I missed a win. I wasn't sure. Okay. I was really lucky to save this. I thought I was lost. And I was basically satisfied with a draw. Knight f3 check double question mark? Like, what other move am I going to play? Just check? I never really considered just like checking. I did look at knight d3. Knight f3 doesn't work. You can take rook c8, similar to the game but a better version. Yeah. So this is what happened. You're actually winning here. Well, that I knew, right? But you lost the tempo with this, and then here is a blunder. Now it's a draw, right? But how could I possibly ever be winning at the end? Are you kidding me? I was winning. What? Wow. Not g3 either. King h5 is winning for black. Oh my god. Wow, I was just happy to finish the game. I thought it was a draw. And then again, King h5 is winning for black. Wow. Oh my god. Very bad. All right. This weird dude left. He played strangely. I was better and then he equalized. Then he left. When the position was just getting interesting, you have g4. I thought it was weird, you know, like out of the blue he's like better. I have to do something horrible. Take and knight g6. Take, I mean knight f6. White is suddenly better. I felt like it was an engine or something. How could he be so bad and then like suddenly be better? It was so weird. But knight h5 was a bad idea. Yeah, he just left. Against Kuru, I lost the queen. I mean, he sacked a piece unsoundly. But okay, he does have a little bit of compensation. Knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, c3. That was dumb. I didn't see my queen was attacked. Nedai left early, very bad form. Why is Nedai leaving game? Why did he leave? That's bad. You're a bad person. You're a bad person, Nedai. You left in an interesting position. Okay, there is possibility his internet went out or something. That's disappointing, though. First time on the stream in a long time and he just leaves on me. This is such an interesting position. I played c5. Letting white play like e5, so I go c4. I should take, queen d1, something d1. Your bishop's in danger of getting trapped. It would have been a very sharp game. That was fun though. That was my first time playing g6. Wow. Nepomniachtchi has played this. That's wild. So Nepomniachtchi has played a6 on move 4 in the classical Pierts 3 times. Very interesting stuff. Bishop c4, bishop g7, castles, Dr. Alan Brown, that's got to be correspondence, castles, and then you have e5. White's better after e5. The rook e1, b5, bishop b3, and then c5 exclam, and white loses the game, leaves the game. If you leave, you lose. Alright, Astrobate, don't understand why you resigned. You had the decency to resign before leaving the game. Oh no, Astrobate timed out. Sorry. He didn't resign, he timed out. He forgot to refresh the screen. T-Poo-Bot. So I was really better. Wow. Okay, so knight f3 is the main line. And I played queen e2. And I had a game with queen d5, and I thought you were going to play that. You should play queen takes d5. This we had a game in a long time ago. That's what I was referring to during the game. That's the best in this line. So knight d2, f5, that's what happened. Similar to the game, but white is a tiny bit better. The queen e7, and now knight d2 isn't the best. No games here. You could play knight f6 and trade queens, but you're down a pawn, so that's not. This is not really an intuitive move, in my opinion. It seems weird to lose a pawn and trade queens. But my overextended pawn is not so great. I was wondering if I should take the pawn, but apparently it was better to play knight f2. It's weird because I think I had planned on playing knight f2, and then I just like did queen takes. I have 2 pawns. Yeah, this is weird. I could have played knight f2. It was better. But I was winning. I took this game for granted. 2 bishops and an extra pawn. But suddenly, I couldn't find a way to win. I'm only up a double pawn. It's not that easy, you know. I felt like I don't know how to win. So, alright. You were probably lost. Then Redusa, another Antarctic iceberg melt here. He has a very good game with this weird h4, but I did something ridiculous. I was better, I had a good position, and played g5. This is like a mind-numbing meltdown. I can play anything here, but g5. g5 is like the worst move ever. Totally missed simple knight takes f5. I forgot who I was playing against. But the irony is that you managed to mess this up. It looks horrible for black. I'm actually better after the queens come off and I play g4. And here I lost. It's not a trivial position, but how do I lose? This is crazy. What an exchange sacrifice. So I was too impatient with king g6. No, computer likes it. Yeah, I don't know what else I would do, actually. So what a brilliant exchange sacrifice. It's unbelievable. King e4 was good. But I don't know, winning this position is another matter. I don't know how to win. It's very hard. Rook f7. Totally lost on me. Rook h7. Bishop f6. Best move. h5. Bishop h4. And now it's probably a draw. But I managed to lose. Just lay down and die. I have to play rook hg8, not rook eg8. hg8, rook c7, rook g1, go after the b pawn. I have a double threat of rook takes b3 and rook b2 check. So bishop e1. It would probably be a draw. Alright, sorry guys, gotta go, but any last requests? No. Alright. So we're out of here. Good guys. Thank you for playing. Thank you for your free support. I'll be back on Tuesday. Tournament Tuesday. And thanks for subscribing and following the stream. Again, stand up for democracy. We do not accept dictators wherever they are in the world. Or Nazi Gestapo police on the streets. Anyway, guys, resist peacefully. Peace and love and all that.